Je suis dépourvu de foi et ne puis donc être heureux. Car un homme qui risque de craindre que sa vie ne soit une errance absurde vers une mort certaine ne peut être heureux. Je n'ai reçu en héritage ni Dieu, ni point fixe sur la terre, d'où je puisse attirer l'attention d'un Dieu. On ne m'a pas non plus légué la fureur bien déguisée du sceptique, les ruses de Sioux du rationaliste, ou la candeur ardente de l'athée. Je n'ose donc jeter la pierre, ni à celle qui croit en des choses qui ne m'inspirent que le doute, ni à celui qui cultive son doute, comme si celui-ci n'était pas, lui aussi, entouré de ténèbres. Cette pierre m'atteindrait moi-même, car je suis bien certain d'une chose, le besoin de consolation que connaît l'être humain est impossible à rassasier. En ce qui me concerne, je traque la consolation comme le chasseur traque le gibier. Partout où je crois l'apercevoir dans la forêt, je tire. Souvent je n'atteins que le vide, mais une fois de temps en temps, une proie tombe à mes pieds. Et comme je sais que la consolation ne dure que le temps d'un souffle de vent dans la cime d'un arbre, je me dépêche de m'emparer de ma victime. Qu'ai-je alors entre mes bras? Puisque je suis solitaire, une femme aimée ou un compagnon de voyage malheureux, puisque je suis poète, un arc de mots que je ressens de la joie et de l'effroi à bander, puisque je suis prisonnier, un aperçu soudain de la liberté, puisque je suis menacé par la mort, un animal vivant et bien chaud, un cœur qui bat de façon sarcastique, puisque je suis menacé par la mer, un récif de granit bien dur. Mais il y a aussi des consolations qui viennent à moi sans y être convié et qui remplissent ma chambre de chuchotements odieux. Je suis ton plaisir, aime-les tous. Je suis ton talent, faisant aussi mauvais usage que de toi-même. Je suis ton désir de jouissance, seuls vivent les gourmets. Je suis ta solitude, méprise les hommes. Je suis ton aspiration à la mort. Alors, tranche. Le fil du rasoir est bien étroit. Je vois ma vie menacée par deux périls. D'un côté par les bouches avides de la gourmandise. De l'autre, par l'amertume de l'avarice qui se nourrit d'elle-même. Mais je tiens à refuser de choisir entre l'orgie et l'ascèse, même si je dois pour cela subir le supplice du grill de mes désirs. Pour moi, il ne suffit pas de savoir que, puisque nous ne sommes pas libres de nos actes, tout est excusable. Ce que je cherche, ce n'est pas une excuse à ma vie, mais exactement le contraire d'une excuse, le pardon. L'idée me vient finalement que toute consolation, ne prenant pas en compte ma liberté, est trompeuse, qu'elle n'est que l'image réfléchie de mon désespoir. En effet, lorsque mon désespoir me dit « perds confiance », car chaque jour n'est qu'une trêve entre deux nuits, la fausse consolation me crie « espère », car chaque nuit n'est qu'une trêve entre deux jours. Mais l'humanité n'a que faire d'une consolation en forme de mot d'esprit. Elle a besoin d'une consolation qui illumine. Et celui qui souhaite devenir mauvais, c'est-à-dire devenir un homme qui agisse comme si toutes les actions étaient défendables, doit au moins avoir la bonté de le remarquer lorsqu'il y parvient. Personne ne peut énumérer tous les cas où la consolation est une nécessité. Personne ne sait quand tombera le crépuscule, et la vie n'est pas un problème qui puisse être résolu en divisant la lumière par l'obscurité et les jours par les nuits. C'est un voyage imprévisible entre des lieux qui n'existent pas. Je peux, par exemple, marcher sur le rivage et ressentir tout à coup le défi effroyable que l'éternité lance à mon existence dans le mouvement perpétuel de la mer et dans la fuite perpétuelle du vent. Que devient alors le temps, si ce n'est une consolation pour le fait que rien de ce qui est humain ne dure? Et quelle misérable consolation qui n'enrichit que les Suisses! Je peux rester assis devant un feu dans la pièce la moins exposée de toutes au danger et sentir soudain la mort me cerner. Elle se trouve dans le feu, dans tous les objets pointus qui m'entourent, dans le poids du toit et dans la masse des murs. Elle se trouve dans l'eau, dans la neige, dans la chaleur et dans mon sang. Que devient alors le sentiment humain de sécurité, si ce n'est une consolation pour le fait que la mort est ce qu'il y a de plus proche de la vie? Et quelle misérable consolation qui ne fait que nous rappeler ce qu'elle veut nous faire oublier. Je peux remplir toutes mes pages blanches avec les plus belles combinaisons de mots que puisse imaginer mon cerveau. Étant donné que je cherche à m'assurer que ma vie n'est pas absurde et que je ne suis pas seul sur la terre, je rassemble tous ces mots en un livre et je l'offre au monde. En retour, celui-ci me donne la richesse, la gloire et le silence. Mais que puis-je bien faire de cet argent? Et quel plaisir puis-je prendre à contribuer au progrès de la littérature? Je ne désire que ce que je n'aurais pas. Confirmation de ce que mes mots ont touché le cœur du monde. Que devient alors mon talent, si ce n'est une consolation pour le fait que je suis seul? Mais quelle épouvantable consolation qui me fait simplement ressentir ma solitude 5 fois plus fort.
Opaline naissante, nuit déjà morte, offerte, passée.
Je peux voir la liberté incarnée dans un animal qui traverse rapidement une clairière et entendre une voix qui chuchote. Vis simplement, prends ce que tu désires et n'aie pas peur.
L'opaline naissante d'une nuit déjà morte, offerte au passé. Les nuits balayeront les erreurs entassées dans le bas de nos ventres. À partir de maintenant, je chante. Le brûlant s'est levé et frappe à la porte de nos visants chantiers. Les éboueurs éboueront nos collectes classées, des trésors qu'on ignore à partir de maintenant. Je chante. À midi c'est le sandwich aux terrasses des cafés, sur les Champs-Épuisés. Et plus tard c'est déjà une histoire encombrée dans les plis de nos rêves. À partir de maintenant, je chante. À 6 heures le coiffeur taillera la colline, c'est du vent de gagner. On boira sans scrupule, pendu au crépuscule. On attend les fantômes à partir de maintenant. Je chante. Les lumières de la ville caressent les phobies de nos ombres esselées. Le métropolitain oubliera, c'est certain, les cloportes à partir de maintenant. Je chante. Dans 1 heure maintenant, on quittera le parking des frontières tracées. Dans le vent qui nous saoule, où l'on aperçoit les vagues qui nous roulent, puis on s'endormira. Comme les autres, à partir de maintenant, je chante.
is it moving today and the
Tellement te voir j'ai voulu, que raté je t'aime. Je t'aime, voulu toi si fort, beaucoup trop, que brisé je t'aime. Je t'aime, ce qui est, toi est à moi, ton sourire et tes draps. C'est à moi les crédits des pâtés pour ton chat. C'est à moi quand tu penses à tant d'autres qu'à moi.
Hey, Kaylee, I wanted to show you this picture of the one that I shared. They played the audio of at first. The picture's so sweet. Talking of dogs. The dog love you, Kaylee. But yeah, look at this one. That's so lovely, isn't it? Mother Moon Day. Happy Moon Day, everybody. I say happy, but you know. So Monday is the reflection of the Sunday. So how did you project your soul, your inner light yesterday on the Sunday? What did you? How did you purify the energy from the Saturn? The week's Saturn Day is the accumulation of how you, the previous day to that Friday, Freya's Venus. How did you express your heart on Friday, on the Venus day? How did you connect to the Earth? Heart, H, put the H on the end of heart, Earth. Venus has a companion relationship directly with the Earth. And Saturn represents time, Chronos, time, karma. So these Saturnists, they've tried using an energy. They've tapped into a collective, kind of like a sludge, basically, like a remnants of bad karma, and they try and trick the system, don't you? You think that you can somehow bypass certain things by doing certain clever Kabbalah routes through certain patterns and start. I know I've got a book about the let me just read you a quote. Actually, it's very profound. It's almost giving away some inner power, but it's actually an Aleister Crowley riddled book. I've even got a book here. I brought two books for the record by James Hind, Julian Vane. He's actually published two books. Probably more. But one's called the Book of Baphomet, and I brought it for the record. And it is him and his partner Nicky Weird. Changed the name. They all changed the names. I got interviewed by two police officers in Collindale Police Station with the surnames Hurt and Rumble. H-U-R-T, Hurt, Chris Hurt, perhaps related to a little dig at the term Christopher. and Rumble, PC Rumble. But thankfully we have taken power of these names. They were just blips in their arrogance, or blips in our unawareness, or our having to catch up with this bullshit. And now we have a whole thing on Rumble, don't we? And we have evidence on Rumble. And Bedfordshire Police, jar bless them, Bedfordshire Police refused to act on behalf of Steve Martin's request, as did another 7 or 8 or even 9 perhaps, I can't remember off the top of my head, officers within their even Barnet Borough. They refused to come and arrest me, refused to send me a letter out for a voluntary interview until, PC Hurt and PC Rumble got the request, and they decided to pursue it, didn't they? So I very willingly took up the offer, and I went for a voluntary interview, and I sat there. Where I did go wrong was using a solicitor and not being educated enough on the process. I'm not saying all solicitors are bad, but it was a very intense situation. A lot of people around it, anybody that was involved at the very beginning, it was out of the blue, you know. It was like, whoa, these people they're doing some different shit. They've got some control of fucking child abuse investigation teams in certain police stations. They seem to have a big hand in the government. Sadly, that a terrible disease of the social services, the foster. I mean, loads of good. You hear amazing foster carer stories, amazing fostering stories. But the whole thing needs absolute scrutiny, absolute genuine. What do you call it? Auditing / reshaping. That's enough actually to take in one go, isn't it? That's a lot. But I'll just get on with this review from yesterday. It was ridiculous. I fell asleep. I left Den, Richard Connor, is it? I've got it written in my book here. If Valerie's right. Valerie supposedly doxing him 2 months before then, sitting with him, trying to dissect Michaela. Well, I don't even know what they call it. It's good what they're doing. I mean, it is good that they're exposing Michaela, but it's just not excusable. Them silencing the most horrific abuse of children, any abuse of children, any abuse of anybody. And lying, and just straight up barefaced lying when they know what evidence is available, they know what we're involved with, they know what's going on here. It's just barefaced lying, so it's just not excusable. Then I've got your name here somewhere. If Valerie is correct, apparently Hoof is called Roy Blackburn. Seven is called Patrick Byrne. We've got Wiz Solutions mobile, 2 mobile numbers for Wiz Solutions, yeah, for some reason. Brian Anthony Cooper, that's supposedly Brian Hurl's real name, and then Jose Wayne Gacy, it's apparently Jose's real name. Yeah, then can't find. But I think it's Rich. I think it's Richard Connor. Connor. I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We've got it all over the place. Kaylee knows anyway. She probably wrote it in here already. written it. So, yep, keep up the good imagery, expressing exactly what these people, emotions, the reactions these people have caused in us. Disgusting behaviour. It's so unreal. He calls himself unlisted for the most nefarious purposes. He calls himself Lucifer for the most nefarious purposes. He's changed his name multiple times on quote unquote legally for the most nefarious purposes. He appeared to have had a hand in the death of his partner 2 years ago. January 26th, my birthday, actually, when she was falling ill, and he was trying to get my partner Kaylee here, to kill herself as a campaign of suicide trolling for a number of years previous to that, leading up to that, which he got her involved in, which is just so sad. She had children. We need to check on the welfare of these children. So what was I doing? I was looking for that live stream, wasn't I? I saved it to my favourites. Abuse. I have a folder called Abuse Stopping. It was a bit of a mishmash recording this one, because all these different streams going on at the same time. So it starts off by, if we just cover the screen.
Do we? All right, good morning. How you doing?
That helps, clearly. I do think if we had guns, it probably would be worse. Oh yeah, they would, by far. Yeah.
He's going, come on, yes, sweet Caroline. I thought, fucking hell, mate.
I didn't say Tyrone's left. That didn't come out of my mouth, Kevin. So I don't mean nothing. Like I said, we all know. Hang on, we all know. Like Blair White, we know that Blair White is a very famous trans woman, and
I've seen Michaela a little bit then. So what I was saying was that I thought that they were talking about Charlie Kirk having a trans partner. That's what I thought they were saying. So
no. I mean, laws need to be clamped down on. You know, you walk into fucking Walmart or somewhere and just buy a gun and ammo. I mean,
he loves that film. You sit there. You sit there and watch that, and they're doing a pantomime from it as well. So take him to that unboxing day.
I watched one of her streams and fuck it. Yeah, I've never seen anything like that. And then she started talking about her support work, and I was like, shit. Yeah. Now. Sure, yeah, women do hit violence, but not even the slightest. There's not even a dent in the amount of between men and women. No. So yeah, Caroline Flack hit her boyfriend, but there's so many more men that do it. So yeah. Yeah, sorry guys, you're not going to water that down. And that's domestic violence. We're on about rape and murder, and you know. And even domestic violence, men are worse, so it doesn't make a difference. Yeah. No, but who cares, Sean? Men are predominantly more violent than women, and domestic violence on women is a bigger issue. And now and again, you'll get a woman who gives her husband a, I don't know, clout over the head with a frying pan.
That's not like all day, every day event. Women have had to put up with this for fucking years, and it's not getting any better, despite, you know, being promised that more was going to be done to protect women on the street. That's not happened.
Bring the stats then, Sean, because bring the stats that women are worse than men.
Come on, Sean.
in that
Come
case.
on, Sean, and bring us
Yeah,
that.
come on, Sean, because there is no
Yeah.
stats to say that women are worse than men in that aspect.
Why you even dignify Sean with conversation until he makes some very clear acknowledgements of his past behaviour, and that you're all playing into a collective delusion anyway. This is just pathetic. Now, we wouldn't even give you any of you the time of day if you weren't covering up the most horrific child abuse. And then you have the audacity, the hypocrisy, to go talking about whether men are abusing the women and people aren't standing up for it. And it's just you're going to be exposed. This is the exposure. This is just the very, very beginning. It's been happening. Kaylee's been doing this so amazingly for years, but you just all claim to not pay attention. So we've just had to destroy your whole community, expose you all here and there. Just jump on your panel under different names. Not Johnny Boy. It wasn't Johnny Boy, was it? It was John Boy. It was John Boy. I went on with the name John Boy just as an inconspicuous name to get you to allow me on the panel for 5 seconds so I could interrupt your bullshit. Then Richard Connell or Connor and Valerie Stroud or Gosling, Moon and Easy, Life Hut. What does that even mean? Would you come and explain to me, please, Ricky Freeman, what you even mean by Life Hut? Do you even understand how sad your existence is and what you are platforming and what you're enabling? The paedophiles you're protecting? The way that you laugh about, Jake's crazy. It's just crazy, isn't it? It just goes on about that abuse, that child abuse. Fucking almost as bad as Rashma. I think he might be talking about child abuse. I'm not really sure. I'm not sure. He didn't just come on for 10 minutes and describe exactly, like in absolute detail, exactly everything he's talking about. And I think and then Claire's like, I think he might be talking about a care home scandal, isn't he? Yes, I think he may be talking about one of these care home scandals. Nothing to do with the English flag or anything. No, nothing to do with that. Bloody ridiculous.
No, absolutely not.
Yes, Kevin, we will talk about you men like shit because you act like pieces of shit most of the time. So, unfortunately, maybe the men need to start just working. You know, everyone says the left need to call out their own and then the right need to call out their own. The men just need to call out all their own and then we won't have a
No, actually, from the left, the most of the problem from the left.
Not left and right, just men call out their own and we won't have a problem. Men in general,
I
will have much less of a problem.
I would say men on the right would probably be more violent than men on the left.
Yeah, fact.
There's a lot more booze goes on and drugs and stuff.
Just look at the streets of London today and you can see that.
Yeah.
Hands everywhere. Protect
Yeah,
our streets. We love our streets.
Yeah, it's pretty dire when you think about it. But it still goes on the scale that it goes on.
Even just this enabling of the paradigm of a left-right concept is abuse in itself. Like this, it's such a fundamental part of the cover-up to even, and it's just ridiculous as well when you you're contacting Hope Not Hate. You're exposing all these so-called right-wing people, and then you're claiming to be this right-wing person, and you really do seem like a Hampstead Satanist. But I just don't know whether you are that. You've just been so groomed into this position that you just seem so inauthentic, Valerie. You just seem so inauthentic. Like there's nothing that you actually say that you actually mean. Amy is clearly from the beginning. She used to speak to, I've seen her speaking to quote unquote Eric, Brian E. Hansford, as if he's like a acceptable member of the of society in chats before. And yes, so supposedly Herb and Rebecca Elizabeth Penman created Esau. They introduced Esau to the Hangs, and they take credit for creating him when he was at his in his bad stage of yeah. And she was friends with this Skits character. She was apparently she was really nasty to people apparently at different times, and yeah, she literally I'll just repeat the descriptive Schadenfreude real life hooker, and it's a real tragic state of affairs, and it needs to be dealt with. You gave her so much time. I know, I've seen it, Kaylee. You really try, even apologise, even in a year after that incident of her prank calling you in WhatsApp with some group that she was trying to abuse you. I assume she knew you were a victim of abuse already. I mean, she'd already witnessed all the stuff that we had been going through on G Block, for example, and obviously Mad as a Box of Frogs previous to that. But it's really disastrous. It is so sick. The knowing, and then there's just this pretending like they care about, just trying to, like, whether they're trying to distance themselves. I mean, even when you popped your face on there the other night, like, they should be bending over backwards, as the saying goes, to try and make up for what they've done. But no, it's just, she just did this. Oh, it's just her doing that. No consideration for, like, just no, there's it's like no self-awareness, but just no, I don't know how to describe it, just lack of care. And that is duty of care, especially when you come online to a public platform that affects others' lives. It's almost, I almost feel like, it sounds a bit a little bit woo woo maybe, but it's almost like this God that I never believed in, this universal higher power that does seem to allow for free will, and it also kind of sets up certain scenarios depending on what's available, and it's almost like it allowed this overstretch of freedom and this abuse of power to occur, to really test people, to see what they were willing to do with such a space. Like, it is really the ultimate test, isn't it, when you give somebody total freedom to actually behave a certain way. I mean, Triller's a prime example. Like, he's tried he's tried distancing himself from his past self, and obviously it just keeps coming back on the political side. But no one's actually addressed Triller particularly for what he did as a character yet. What he used to think that he could just get away with and blame it on being drunk and stuff like this, and it's what it's manifested in, I would say, is the paedophiles that really doubled down, that are just so scared of getting caught and dealing with their disease and their crimes, is that they're, let's see, it's really one of Darren's ones. You are possessed, succubus. So, Jake, you're a danger to children. Jake, you can't even use the block button, you coward. What? What is the block button a bully? Is the please, Darren, I'm putting in the chat in. You come and explain that. How is the block button scaring us? Please explain that. That is a new. I've got to understand how us being refraining from using the block button is being a coward. That is next level. Next level. He's the next level one. He's the next level one. No, but what I don't get why that makes anybody a coward. How would? How I just that's really I just yeah. If you can explain that to me, you need the attention that you beg, so you can't use the block button. Simple. So the coward is so it's to do with like the. Let me just get my head around this. So what's the opposite of a coward? It's someone who's brave. So to be brave would be to not want the attention. So the cowardness is not being able to not have attention. Is that what it is? So to be brave would be to say, these men think that I want attention. No, still not making sense, Darren. Can you please come and explain it to me?
No, I didn't have sleepovers with Sean. Doesn't make any difference. Words, and that's the issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Way
So,
to carry on.
to be fair. At least now we have Claire's Law. Most of the men at most of these protests are probably on there. But at least they're protecting us for a day.
For a day.
Yeah, or two, depends how many protests they go to, I guess.
Many women want a man that can fight and protect them.
Yeah, protect them, not fucking beat them.
Yeah, but the chances are they're not going to fight and protect them. If they're that sort of violent, they're going to turn on the woman before they turn on the guy in the pub abusing their woman.
Oh, my son's going to be happy. Polar Express, they're bringing out another Polar Express film.
Oh,
He loves that film. You sit there. He's sitting there watching it. And they're doing a pantomime from it as well. So take him to that unboxing day.
yeah, but Viking, that 50 Shades of fucking Grey was a load of bollocks. I don't know what the big deal was with that. I mean, it wasn't even raunchy, was it? It was just. It wasn't even proper BDSM, was it?
Sean's giving me a headache.
Maybe
Maybe I will block him now.
He's like your little brother to you.
No, he's not. Please do never say that again.
Well, you used to stick up for him all the time. You always defended him.
Yeah, still Darren Williams. I think the term coward. I think that was even in your concept. You could have said you're weak. You're weak. You could say if you in your projection, your assertion of somebody needing attention, if that's what you're claiming, even that, I don't think coward would be the right term to say that. You could say, so that's extreme to say somebody's not face. I mean, I'm trying to think of a parallel to you're just chatting total shite, aren't you, Darren Williams? Where's your motorbike gun? Where's your army team 2 gun?
I stuck up for you most of the time, and then you started kicking off thinking I wasn't.
Oh yeah, but I'm a difficult person.
I know. So sure.
Oh, you want to hear that, Amy? Totally different, off it. Totally different.
No, it's like that though, to be fair.
He's just argumentative.
Clutching Darren Williams. Cowards can't face reality. What the irony, eh? I think that is a good description of irony. Coward because can't face reality.
But I get that because I am as well.
Sometimes I like to argue, Amy, as well. Sometimes I like to argue.
Sean's
Yeah,
I'll
he's admitted
read
that.
Sean's comment about the TikTok
No, what did
promoting
he
having
say?
violent partners.
What?
He's saying that some women glorify having violent partners, which yeah, they do. They also glorify having partners in prison, and then there's also men that glorify watching their woman getting done by another man. That doesn't mean it's common. It's
Yeah,
weird.
that goes on. Yeah, but it's not a common thing. There's deviance is all over the place.
Come on,
It's a
Sean.
weird
Come
thing,
on,
Sean.
Sean.
It
Come
happens.
on. Pop on.
I reckon Sean likes being whacked about by a girl a bit anyway. Sean's probably one of them.
Yeah, because it gives him attention.
Yeah, yeah, I think he does.
Bit of a sub.
It gives him a bit of attention, doesn't it? It makes you feel wanted.
Yeah, but do you know what? That is the sad thing about domestic violence. That in some cases, they see that as a form of attention. They see it as love. I actually think that that's love.
To be fair, I do kind of get. I'm actually, yeah, I highly doubt that, Sean. I do get the point. So basically, do all the hard men / gangsters struggle to get women? They don't. Like, to be fair, it is a hard one for men because they can't be too nice. Because that's so unattractive. If a man is like over nice to you, it's so unattractive.
Well,
we need sort of a middle.
For a woman to go out with a villain or a gangster, it's the adrenaline.
Yeah, we just want a middle ground. Like, please don't beat me up, but don't just be cringy as well.
Yeah,
like don't.
No one like. No,
Yeah,
it's we don't want a pussy.
We need a middle ground of men. We don't.
No one wants a yes dear man.
I wasn't going to review this. I just remembered it was pointed out because I skipped over to Michaela just now, and I just wanted to clarify what they were talking about. But it's all just finish this last little bit.
Women are attracted to hard, violent men, which you two.
No, I would say they're attracted to like dominance, like a dominant sort of personality, and I thought, yeah, just a bit more dominant. Yeah, confident, a bit more dominant, and then them men they are more likely to be violent, I would say, than the more shy, submissive ones that don't say boo to a goose.
Yeah,
it's not a case we like that though. We just don't like these submissive guys that act like women.
Yeah, and having a lot of money helps as well.
Of course. I second that. It's like if you want to beat me, at least give me something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was mad. That was exactly where I paused it. That's what I mentioned, Katie. That cackle after that. If you're gonna beat me, at least give me something. Like after she's talking about money, the moon day, money, moon. They've stolen these names, and we've got to take them back. We're taking the power back, people. We're taking back your name, Moon. We're taking back Jupiter. We're taking back Satan, that you've misrepresented Saturn as. We're taking back humour. We're taking back discourse, not discord. We're gonna probably discord is probably gonna have to be disbanded, because the actual name is just means to disagree and to argue, and it's just even banana. You fucking took the word banana. You've tried taking it. It's not on. Yep. Awesome. Okay, let's just see. We're not going to play much of this first Jupiter. Sorry, Michaela. I have to say Jupiter so people know who we're talking about as well for different people. But it's in the title here, Michaela. Cool.
After I'd given my bib back and we were getting ready to leave, because as everybody knows, I was assisting at the Tommy Robinson the Freedom Rally. After I gave my bib back and we were getting ready to leave, Trevor Phillips came along, and we see if I can get him to talk. There he goes, giving the nod to head. Look, Resistance GB, I think it's called. If you don't know, tough.
Why are you here today? I'm here in support of our country.
There was actually a video interview with somebody of African heritage origin, interviewing a woman of mixed race, African, South African descendant to UK, who's in the chat, Kirsten, or KIRST, 10, the number 10. So yeah, very interesting to see delusion in action. these enablers, these Michaela enablers, however ignorant, deceived. Well, were you a bit behind? I didn't big up Crowley. I said that this book is riddled with Crowley. Right, is my comments not uploaded properly? So have you not heard me addressing you at all? No, you have, because you've been replying about this whole coward thing. Sorry, why are you talking about Crowley now? Actually, yeah, I'm gonna go find that quote from the Crowley thing. Actually, it's very interesting. It might help put into perspective how much I know about your works and what you have tried manipulating.
British patriots, and also in solidarity with our American friends and free speech, especially following the death of Charlie Kirk. So important to be here today and just to be fellow patriots and just to have a voice and show this government that we can still have our free speech. It's so important. We don't want to lose our free speech.
Yeah, she sounds very ungrounded. This is Kirsten. It's very tragic.
Sound better live. Yeah, Miss Kent was good. Rap, yeah. Your highlight was Elon Musk. Yeah, I quite like that as well. If you'd have seen Danny Roscoe's face when he realised there was a live link with Elon Musk.
It's like she's hypnotised. Like she wants to be accepted by this British slob. This absolute atrocious child abuse, trafficking, rape and murder, enabling, paedophile, protecting Michaela Onyevosa. And Babs, we put out her address so people can warn her and try and intervene and stop her doing what she's doing. Not saying she's a paedophile, not saying to go and beat her up or try and do anything to her children to threaten her, just to make her aware. Write letters would be the best course of action. Write letters to her neighbours, try and get them to intervene. Speak to the police, let them know of her address. The address is important because then we can associate her to who she is. Rather than just a name on the internet, an address is very helpful when talking to the police. 7 Drone Crescent, Eltham.
It was like he won the lottery. He was like, yes! It's Elon Musk! It's Elon Musk! Tom McDonald at the next Tommy event would be good. Now, that might even be possible, you know. That might even be possible.
I'm not going to play much of this one, but this is what the bit that really got me is where she's like, I think it was at the end of the next one actually, and she says, "Oh, it's a shame there's not another one like for another year. We're gonna have to wait another year." Like, it's just unreal levels of just showboating, playing into a just a total denial that it's almost like it's just like a superficial life experience where you just play into something to appease your sense of moral justice, accuse other people of what do you call it? Signaling, virtue signaling, where you're basically virtue signaling your own morals. It's not the traditional virtue signaling for other things. It's like it's like a superficial, virtuous projection. Fakery. Yep, I'm just going to pay for it all. And let's just skip forward.
You either have to, like, say now you could get into it and make loads of money. And I hope you get that, honestly, I do. But
you know me, I'm other people's fucking shit. No, I'm better than myself.
Get a job.
Yeah, sure. Why don't you could create your own little business and build it up.
He says I'm not working on my own little things, man.
Probably. Your website.
Listen up. I got a contract with an American inventor to design X-Olex in the UK, right?
Yeah, you're also the thing in Scotland, so we'll believe both of
Well, I
them.
can't
Just
show you the
about
contract, it's protected by non-disclosure, right? But it's a
protected by
2-year
non.
limited license. It's a 2-year limited license, and with that license,
Marcus, come on another day, because I ain't winding up.
Right?
Another day.
They're on easy, man. Come on.
What?
It all just jumps off anyway.
No, I can't deal with what I dealt with yesterday.
Oh,
It don't bother me, I just think.
listen, like, are you blocking him because he's gay? You can't be doing
It
that.
looked like you was building R2D.
Oh, he did.
I didn't even know Elsid was watching. See Elsid sitting there in my stream watching me, not even saying hello.
Yeah, he's alright, he's well said. He's a nice man.
Actually, yeah,
Very nice man.
that's why I get annoyed with you, because you're, if I had these schools you had, I would really.
Do you know how I got these
Oh,
skills easy?
What?
Do you know how I got these skills? I learned them myself. I didn't learn them in a school. Nobody
Yeah,
taught me.
but Sean, some of us actually had jobs, so we can't just sit at a computer all day and just go through fucking course after course
Exactly.
after
So
course after
what's more
course.
important, right? If you have to choose between base level employment or actually learning a skill
Well,
and
it depends.
trade,
If you want like actual paying job and to make a bit more money,
then
like
you need the
from
skills.
the you get from the get go, so you like have not. You either have to like say now you could get into it and make loads of money, and I hope you get that. Honestly, I do, but
But you know me,
we'll see.
as long as I've got just enough, I don't need.
But most people just actually want enough money. The benefits don't help. It's not an affordable amount to live. Do you know what I mean? People
Yeah.
don't want to just live on benefits. It's not fun.
Listen, I'm still waiting.
Working even like a minimum wage job is much.
Do you know
better
what,
than
Sean?
benefits.
Do you know what, Sean? Even when I was bringing up my son, who was very difficult with his autism, I was still working. You know that? In between. It was fucking hard work. Idiot, I had to give up.
This demonization of somebody having free time to themselves, yeah, has to stop in this country. It has to stop because it's the demonization of people just because they don't have employment, which apparently, if not having employment takes away your worth in society. No, your worth is what you.
No, it's not about society, it's about you. It's about.
Apologies, I was just refilling my cup of tea. I've not been following them, so I'm just going to recalibrate and add a picture to the screen. Well, just for now, just while I'm changing it over. This one is oh fuck, sorry, I didn't change it. Didn't adjust the size. It's annoying actually. Yeah, I need to figure out how to so this other one may not work actually as well. Let's just try. No, just about. Oh yeah, no, this one worked. So this is when we say that you've protected abuse, enabled. This is just one tiny example of in your face what you have allowed to go on in this specific platform. Not even bringing into ignoring the children's interviews themselves, or you know all the government, all the outed, everything that underpins all the bullshit, superficial bullshit that you run with, and you've allowed this whole left-right paradigm and this attack on immigration to occur. It's all underpinned by your ignorance of abused children. and you've enabled this. And it just doesn't even need much more description, does it really? Darren Williams, come on the panel. You typey McFucking type a lot. You coward. You projecting coward. It is not cowardly to not block somebody. We are accumulating, acquiring, we are gathering, we have so much evidence on you, and you are shitting it because we didn't block you sooner, so you could just basically try and drive us into the ground. We'll just keep making new accounts and just keep abusing and abusing. No. So we were the opposite of cowards. We didn't block you because we were brave to deal with your shit up front as it came. Whatever happened, whatever came, whatever you did, however you decided to behave, we dealt with it. It's the opposite of being cowards. Can you refute my claim?
You having a better life.
But
I don't care.
Sean, good night. To be fair, he is. To be fair, he has done boxing, but Maloney is full of shit. He was 16 years old then.
You know what you are? Do you know what you are? Do you know what you are? Keep blinking.
And this is just a little clip I've got of the bullshit happening with Chrissy Morris reappearing over on Nixie's now. JOJ there for some reason. And 3 sort of other, there's one called I'm Here, one called Unsub, one Rome, and it's just debaucherous bullshit. And I left them to it very quickly.
Keep blinking. Oi, keep blinking. Because you know what? Alright, listen, I've got details in you. I know about you, son. Alright? You little dwarf fucking nonce.
See, there you go. Now that's
What are you? Hang on, son. What are you? A porn bomber? That's all you're known for, is porn bombing. That fucking Maloney that is taking your side. Where's your box?
I don't think Malone's ever pom bomb. I'd pom bomb.
Oh, shut up. Shut up, you. Oh, you're we'll fucking Peter up your asshole.
Oh, shut up, you old slag.
Oh, shut up, you silly little boy. Shut up. You fucking don't bite me. Listen. How old am I? How old do you think I am? How old do you want?
Caring people talk to. I'm not invested in anybody in that way unless they're in the real world with me.
Wait a minute. Sorry, man. Jupiter enrolled them. Enrolled who? Fucking bleeding into Antifa? I don't think so. Come on.
You say that?
Den said Jupiter. I don't know if that's what he means, but that's what we're talking about. Sorry.
Someone had explained it.
Well, there is. I think because there's a lot of that has gone on where people have been enrolled, if you want to use that word.
Yeah, but she's not enrolling anyone to Antifa. It's literally against all of her policies.
No.
It really doesn't even dignify a response, Darren Williams. But I will, just for clarity, I'm going to read your comment again. Actually, I'm going to highlight this one on the screen. This makes sense nowhere. You trying to finish a sentence or an assertion with the word simple without any explanation or actual evidence or sense, logic. Logic is what we're really looking for. There's no logic that affirms, concludes, backs up, justifies this bullshit statement. And no, they're not desperate flapping emojis, lol. She said everything she needs to say. She's not just going to keep wasting her time typing to you the same thing, explaining how much of a stupid fucked paedophile you are. You can only make this better for yourself by stopping. So honestly, it's just the most pathetic gaslighting, degenerate, like nonsensical weak attempt at abuse. You can't use the block button. Saying someone's a coward because they can't use the block button. Because they need the attention. And you're saying that she needs the attention of people that are accusing her of fiddling with herself in public. You really think this is... Oh, I'm a kiddie fiddler now as well. So, can you please explain why you are here? And why this has all happened? Why we're in this situation? I want the attention. I'd like you to come on the panel if you could show yourself. Show you aren't just an anonymous abuser. No, Darren, I'm not, am I? And you make it very clear your intentions. Let's see if I can get one so we can see. Just see Alan's comment behind. Yeah, no, I just don't know. I don't get why I don't get how you think that this is of any benefit to your position.
No, this was to get people trolled and slagged off and abused and all that bullshit.
I don't know. I know Jupiter can be a bit of a knobhead, but I don't think she's.
I think we're all knobheads at times.
Yeah, I don't think she'd do that, to be honest. I like her. I know that everyone has their grievances, but I get on with her, to be honest. Now, I don't think she'd be sending people to the opposite side to get anyone trolled. Just like, if she is.
She admitted it. Yeah, she admitted it, Amy. But that's fine. People can crack on.
Hang on, dude.
Like, it don't affect my real world, and people need to remember this is the internet. Oh, hi, Dan.
Wait, Dan admitted it how then?
Hello, mate.
Hello. No, we're not best friends at all, Amy, by any stretch of the
getting people to go after people. I mean, right, let Dan speak.
Yeah, Jupiter enrolled Bisaw and Bleeding. She admitted it. She admitted it on a panel with myself and Danny Roscoe, and Danny Roscoe seemed okay with it.
Because I actually need to know the exact words, because I know how this all gets spun. Or can you send me something so I can see it at least?
Yeah, I can tag you. I'll tag you in a video tomorrow.
Yeah, okay. Well, if you do that, then that's pretty fucked. That's sort of the same as like going down people's Facebooks and getting shit to use against them. If you're going to the opposite side of your own politics, and then trying to use them people to troll people who are on the same side as you. That's a bit strange if that's the case.
That's what I'm saying, but that's what she's done. Mad. I don't get how all the simps around her that like can't address it or whatever. It's mad.
I mean, I get on with her normally. Obviously, politics is different, but I can talk to her. But that I don't know about, and I personally don't think she would do that. But
well, if you remember,
I haven't seen that, so I'll wait to see that.
If you remember, Wendy even did a video like highlighting all that Bleeding and Esau was kind of dying off. No one was taking any note of him, and then Jupiter breathed life into it again.
Apologies, Kaylee. Were you asking who the other stream was speaking? I skipped over just to Nixie's. There was 6 people on the panel. Chrissy, Morris, JOJ, 3 others. One called Unsub, one called Rome, and one called something else a bit weird. And then Nixie just being quiet and just taking in the so I just got distracted by an email. Just remembered I got a day to work on Wednesday. I'm just going to put my note out clearly so I remember to go to work at 9 AM in the morning. Cool. I'm just going to go on with this.
Or whatever. You got to think. I'll tag you to another video where Jupiter has virtually admitted being.
When have Bleed and Esau jumped back on? Because from what I see, they're still fucking off.
No, they are. They're always
No one
around.
really pays attention to them. If you see Bleeding live, she usually has about 8 views, and it's the same people. So
No, but she's always around Jupiter, isn't she? And vice versa. Yeah.
yeah, but Jupes gets a bit funny with them on panel now. She
think
kicks
it's
them
a
off
bit-
a bit more. Maybe not Bleeding as much, but Esau definitely.
A little bit, but why is he still around? I put it down to the blackmail that they hold over her, to be honest.
What do you think they have then on her?
Well, it's been admitted. I'll tag you to the video. Brian Hurl.
She did used to be in a group with them, didn't she?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
Brian Hurl.
I remember that. Telegram.
Yeah. Well, Brian Hurl has said that Danny Jones sent Dream Team some information on Jupiter's son, something to do with the spice thing, something to do with prison. It was basically spelled out or whatever. And since that point in time, Jupiter did a 180 and said, "Oh, everyone's got to make a deal with these." So if you remember, it was all
If it was this whole
guns
prison thing, hasn't that already been put out? Like, didn't Wendy say Luke and that do all that fucking prison shit?
Yeah. But Jupiter's still denying it, and then as they're doing that, it's easy to blackmail her, isn't it? And that's all that's happened, realistically. She can remix it and repaint it as much as she wants, but it's been
I
spelled
actually
out.
personally believe of that story that that's not true, though. Like Dave said, it wasn't true. It's not just
No, but
one
she's
person
admitted
that
it.
said it's not true.
She's admitted that parts of it was true, but parts of it have been added. So
See, this is where it all just gets really stupid, because they are just wasting more and more time. And I mean, it's good that it gives us the this opportunity just to put it on record. And then Michaela came. She said, "Oh, I'll be back Monday, maybe not till Tuesday," and then she comes back for 2 streams still on Sunday. Like, she's clearly just so flapping that she just feels like just so delusional in her denial of self-respect and all that she just, Michaela, you want to just be facing reality sooner than later, because it's coming for you. Yeah, I'll skip forward. But yeah, it gives the space for these total lost, scared paedophiles to just show that they do not have any remorse as yet. I believe that will come hopefully with healing and forced self-reflection.
okay, maybe beat
Yeah,
up
so
his
she told
missus.
us, letting people know that her son went to prison for beating her.
Oh, yeah.
And you're saying, no, they need to deal with their own, but you're not.
You've got 80% in the middle which don't want to join the left or the right, and you've got 10%. I mean, dumb shit like that. When have they ever gone deep?
But if you go to the first one, and he's, because I know he really wanted to go, but he.
Both sides, it's because of the hotels and the.
Yeah.
He's just a prick.
Yeah, bad thing, really, because he got ill.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Let me find it.
Then I'll put it in the main chat or I'll put it in the private chat for you. I said I promote him and he's good. He lets me use his content as well. But he goes to demos other people don't go to. So like the other week he went up to Scotland. Do you know what I mean? He went back to Epping.
No, it didn't involve kids.
Because AY's confronted him in front of all them people in London, and it was already like a bad situation.
I believe this was like 2 AM or something. And I'd went to sleep for an hour, so I don't know what they were talking about. I woke up just as they were finishing, and then Michaela had been on an hour, so I caught up with her.
And if they do side with me, then that's all good. I'm very flattered, and you know. But if they don't, I'm not going to hold it against them. So stop your bullshitting. You sad sacks of shit because I've called you out for what you are and don't want you around me. Stop it.
I know Jupes can be a bit of a knobhead, but I don't think she's.
I think we're all knobheads at times.
Yeah, I don't think she'd do that, to be honest. I know everyone has their grievances. I get on with her, to be honest, now. I don't think she'd be sending people to the opposite side to get anyone trolled. If she is.
Oh, yeah, she admitted it. Yeah, she admitted it, Amy. But that's fine. People can crack on.
No, I didn't admit it. And I hope that Den's going to play the whole fucking conversation right from the off. And not the little bit that he wants to cut where I go, yeah, well, everyone needs an Esau. That he takes as me saying, oh, yeah, well, that means that I've got a troll group. No, you need to put the full context out there. You need to stop all this bullshit, Den. And as for you, man, saying that I admitted it, I want to see this live stream where I go, yeah, I've enrolled people. Because that has never happened. You lying cunt, again. Why does it have to keep proving you to be a liar, man? Why can't you just leave it alone, move on? What is your problem? Can't you take rejection? Another one, another sad sack who's not matured properly in life.
It don't affect my real world. And people need to remember that this is the internet. Oh, hi, Dan.
Admit it, how then?
Hello, mate. No, we're not best friends at all, Amy, by any stretch of the...
Getting people to go after people, I mean. Right, let them speak.
Yeah, Jupiter enrolled, Lysor and Bleeding. She admitted it. She admitted it on a panel with myself and Danny Roscoe.
No, I did not, and Danny Roscoe will tell you that himself. And when you play the recording, you'll see that I admitted no such thing. You kept going on about me talking to Bleeding Art and Esau, and I said, yeah, everyone needs an Esau. Now, instead of asking me what I mean by that, you just run off and took that as I've enrolled them. No. And I'm not going to stop talking to them. Your manipulation does not work on me. Just because it worked on Moon, yeah, or Moon pretends that it did. The only reason that Moon stopped talking to Bleeding is because Bleeding wouldn't stop talking to Brian Earl. If Bleeding Art and Esau had stopped talking to Brian Earl, Moon would still be talking to them. So she didn't stop talking to them on principle. She liked them. In fact, she was in a Telegram group with them. But for some reason, Amy seems to think it was me in a Telegram group with them. I've never been in a Telegram group. And I love the way that in a minute Moon's going to sit there all quiet when she knows it was her that was in the Telegram group. And by the way, Bleeding and Esau have said that they'll put that Telegram group out at some point. And it'll prove I'm not in it. I've never sat in a Telegram group with Esau and Bleeding. That's bullshit.
So, and Danny Roscoe seemed okay with it.
Because I actually need to know the exact words because I know how this all gets spun. Or can you send me something so I can see it at least?
Yeah, I can tag you in the video tomorrow.
Yeah, okay. Well, if you're doing that, that's pretty fun. That's sort of the same as like going down people's Facebooks and getting shit to use against them. If you're going to the opposite side of your own politics and then trying to use them people to troll people who are on the same side as you.
Exactly, Amy. That's why I would never go and ask them. I've not asked anybody to troll for me. No one. I think the nearest I came is when I spoke to Dave's girlfriend Crystal, and tongue in cheek, I said, "Can you edit animation videos for me over the top of? Are you good at editing or something like that? Can you make animation videos of what people say? That would be funny." That's it. And even then, I would have only picked humorous stuff. Wouldn't be nasty, spiteful, cuntish stuff like Moon does, or Den does, or Easy does. Bitter, nasty people. Because I've got a sense of humour and I find things funny.
That's a bit strange if that's the case.
That's what I'm saying, but that's what she's done. I don't get all the suits around her that like can't address it or whatever.
I get on with her normally.
Right, notice that Den's saying that anybody who talks to me is simps. Well, we've proved that's not true, haven't we? I mean, we did a brilliant review over on Jupiter Affiliated. That was worth the trouble. Yeah, to show the kind of audience that I got. Very beautiful, articulate people. Not nutcases like Den has around him. And I do feel a bit sorry for Adam Smith because from the very first day he got worked on, I saw Moon and Den and Easy, you know, saying to him, oh, you need to wake up, Adam Smith, this, that and the other. Don't be...
And yes, Danny West, if that is you, real name. You chat shite. And you are being finished. You are being dealt with for your intentions, for your actions, for your incessant, relentless arrogance, your child abuse, your crimes against humanity. You're being stopped. The sooner you get out of this yourself, the more grace you will be afforded.
Be a simp for Jupiter. He couldn't take the trolling. Adam Smith couldn't take the trolling, which is sad. He got weakened into a position. But that's only my opinion. Adam Smith might say, no, I can't stand you, Jupiter. In which case, fair enough. If he can't stand me, fair enough. But I don't believe that's the case because he was over here for a good while until Den come along and fucking got in his head. Oh, you look like simp, you look like simp. And unlike, instead of being strong like co-owns, Adam Smith caved. Feel sorry for him, really. But that's my opinion, or maybe I've read it wrong, you know, but that's my opinion.
Obviously, politics is different, but I can talk to her. But that I don't know about, and I personally don't think she would do that. But
Well, if you remember,
I haven't seen that, so I'll wait to see that.
if you remember, Wendy even did a video like highlighting all that bleeding, and Esau was kind of dying off. No one was taking any note of him, and then Jupiter breathed life into it again or whatever.
No, Esau and Bleeding Heart will be around whether I go on their panel or not. Then you can't hold me responsible for Esau and Bleeding Heart. I very rarely go on their panel these days, but they're still there. It's got nothing to do with that. Even if they only had an audience of 2 people, I think it's been proven that they will actually do a live stream because they're happy talking on the stream about what they want to talk about. And because I go on to all different live streams and talk to all different people from all walks of life, like many other people do, yeah, you're not going to single me out. I can talk to whoever I fucking want to talk to. This is the internet, then. You are not going to manipulate me into doing what you think I should do. You're not in charge of me. You're not in charge of me. You never will be, yeah? You're a sad little fucker who needs my attention so you can have a video. You're all mouth. You can't walk the walk.
You got to think. I'll take you to another video where Jupiter has virtually admitted
when have Bleeding Esau jumped back on? Because from what I see, they're still fucking off.
No, they are.
No one really pays attention to them. If you see Bleeding Life, she usually has about 8 views, and it's the same people. So
exactly, Amy.
No, but she's always around Jupiter, isn't she? And vice versa. Yeah.
Right, I allow Bleeding in my side chat because I don't mind Bleeding Heart. I keep telling people this. I don't have a problem with Bleeding Heart. I think that she's been trolled equally as much as many other people that have been trolled. I wish her and Luke would sort the situation out. I wish that they would leave Taffy alone. I don't agree with a lot of things that she allows happen on her panel. But I don't mind Bleeding Heart. If you get her off of the subject of politics and other stuff and you talk about other stuff, she's actually a very educated person. Yeah? I don't believe hating on people just because they don't believe what you believe. You know, I'm not a Charlie Kirk shooter then, but you would be. You're a segregationist and a separatist. You don't understand how to have a conversation with people that you don't agree with. It's weird, especially on the internet, because there's no added thing to it. It's not friends, it's just a conversation. You're a weirdo then.
Yeah, but Jupes gets a bit funny with them on panel now.
She
takes it a bit more. Maybe not Bleeding as much, but Esau, definitely.
A little bit, but why is he still around? I put it down to the blackmail that they hold over, to be honest.
What do you...
Look, so you've got Mooney and you've got Amy both go, what blackmail? Then there is no blackmail. But watch how he's going to recreate a story and I'm going to prove him wrong again.
I think they have them on her.
Well, it's been admitted. I'll take you to the video. Brian Hale.
She did used to be in a fruit with her, didn't she?
Yeah.
No,
well,
I didn't.
I remember that. Telegram.
No, you got that wrong, Amy. It wasn't me. It was Moon that was in a Telegram with them. And I can prove that. I'll get Bleeding Heart to release it all. But I don't know if Moon's ready for that. You know, I don't know how she's got the audacity to sit there after the phone calls that she lied about for months. Yeah. After she sat there and claimed to everybody that she never mentioned disco when she did. She's the one that was in troll groups and she is the one that was with Esau Bleeding in Telegram. Not me. And she knows that. She's just agreed with Den. Bullshit. So Den and Moon, can you bring this Telegram that I was in with Esau, please? I want the evidence of that because I might don't exist. But again, you won't be able to bring it. It would be just your words again. Bullshit.
Well, Brian Hale said that Danny Jones sent Dream Team some information on Jupiter's son, something to do with the spice thing, something to do with prison. It was basically spelled out.
Right. I can also ask Bleeding. I can also ask Bleeding to put that out because you're such a nosy bastard then. So what it is Wendy made up a story about me and went to Danny Oakes Jones and fucking told Danny Oakes Jones like bullshit. He then went looking for my children, picked one at random, went to Brian Hale and said, I think this might be the son that it would be. Yeah? And this is the story that I want you to run with. No evidence. Danny Oakes Jones could probably even show you what he said. There was no evidence then because it ain't true. But that's not when I made up with Esau, you lying cunt. So, when I did the truth with Esau, was way before that. It was before Wasp died. That's how far back it was. Yeah? You've only got to look at the timelines then. You always get everything wrong, didn't you? When I made up with Esau and made a truce, it was after he attacked one of my other sons. This is Esau.
Right, deep breaths. This is where I have to refrain from being angry. Every time you use the term hoax within this paedophile's internet troll name, you are enabling the rape of children, Michaela Oniovosa. You, Jupiter affiliated, under this account last night at 2 in the morning or thereabouts, JUPES Ascension. It is a delusion. You are manipulating the public. You are misleading. Did I say misleading? Manipulating, I said, didn't I? Misleading. You're misleading the public. You are putting out information on behalf of paedophiles. By repeating the term hoax, you are using the terminology created for a narrative to cover up child rape and actually murder of babies as well, though just a single act of child rape is all you need, obviously, to be accountable for anything. It's not like the numbers is just where it gets horrific, and like it just makes it really so like more compoundedly. I don't know how you describe it, but it's not for me to describe everything perfectly. But Danny Jones, every time you call him Danny fucking Hoax Jones, I have recorded it, or every time I've heard it, I've recorded it, I've noted it, and you are going to be held accountable lawfully for your part in the protection of a child abuse ring. Yes, I pity them, I feel for them. Largely, it is generational incest. Right, let's just read Banana Darren Williams' Cam's comment here. Fantasist paedophiles projection 101 from Ain't Of. You just chat shit. And there is obviously so much time we don't need to dedicate to everything you say, which is why I don't pay attention to most what gets said in the chat. But oh, Danny Wesley said I'm a pedo. And Pip's clutching smoker said it was a hoax. Kids lie. Danny Hoax Jones is a legend. See, this is what you're dealing with. This is what you've associated with, these terminologies. I'm not saying you think he's a legend, but you're using a fake name, Michaela. You're regurgitating a fake name used to cover up the trafficking and rape of children. It is that bad, and you are still doing it every day. You continue your shit show. Every enabler, supporter. Yes, and absolutely Justin Ormerod, Jason Tyler that you call him, Jason. Wake up. It's brilliant. I know I've released my tension. And get back on my grounded mat again and just visualize this grounding, realize that this is already laid down. I don't need to overemphasize the pressure that is on me as an individual to get this job done. I have a big job and I've already done a lot. We have done so much already. We've done everything we need, to be honest. It's just this the country is already it's on tipping point, and the truth doesn't fear investigation. So many professionals, so many of the public, the majority of the public know when children are lying and when they're not, and when IPCC reports are upheld that show that police covered up investigations, when these reports are not addressed, when there is no conclusion to allegations of cover up, when politicians, and there's been countries all around the world that have made documentaries on the paedophile cover-ups in our government, in our social service authorities, in the police, how Freemasonry has a big part to do with this. There is record of how DC Steve Martin, who interviewed the two children, Alisa and Gabriel Gariv and Gariba Dearman, and the other way around, Gariba and Gariv for the male, he got promoted in his Freemason lodge in St Albans to treasurer and almoner. It's an odd word. It means the eyes of the lodge. Almoner and treasurer. Got promoted as Freemason in his lodge just after the temporary successful cover-up. The cover-up, yes, that is being exposed. So, thank you, Bedfordshire Police, for not being a part of this. Largely, your child abuse investigation team is not directly linked to this paedophile ring, which is in Barnet Police Station, which is great. So, apologies to all the children. I'm so sorry from my heart that I was not stronger or cleverer or wiser sooner, and now I am. Thankfully. Thank love. Thank truth. And then justice comes from love and truth. Justice is basically an outcome from love and truth. And without trust, we cannot have true collaboration. We can have at best cooperation and coordination, which are great. We can coordinate and we can cooperate. And then once we trust and we have faith in people's good intentions, and we give ourselves really to a higher faith, really, we just kind of let ourselves go, let the fear go of our own immediate harm, or any negatives we may feel, like social insecurity, ridicule, intimidation. Once we let all these things go, then we can step into trust, and then we can allow that trust to be broken if it's going to be broken. But then if we just give it the opportunity, and then we can learn, and then we can, as the saying goes, hey Kaylee, test all things, hold fast to those that are good. And that's obviously it's just a general statement, but yeah, it's to test those things that feel right to test, and then we've learned, and we're so strong and wise now, so intelligent. And because you people didn't have the good intentions, because you abusers, bless you all, bless you, you're so lost, so hurt. Hold fast what is good. And we have tested everything now. We've tested everything, lads. Is there any females left here? Where's your Babs gone? Where's your Helen gone? Why didn't she come when I tagged her in the post? I tagged her in the last one. Where's she gone? I just don't get it. Well, I do. Well, I don't get her. I don't get her part exactly in this. But anyway, that's enough from me for now.
He saw this is, and was threatening with Rodney to go, and Irish Flame will remember this, to go to my son's firm where he works. Where is it? It's his own company, actually. Yeah, he's a mason, right? He does Freemasonry, and on that site, and write fucking horrible stuff on it. That's what Esau was threatening to do. Now,
did she just call brickwork Freemasonry?
To my son's firm where he works. Where is it? It's his own company, actually. Yeah, he's a mason, right? He does Freemasonry, and on that site, and write fucking horrible stuff on it.
It's a bit fast. Let me slow down.
Irish Flame will remember this. To go to my son's firm where he works. Where is it? It's his own company, actually. Yeah, he's a mason. He said there's nothing I could do about it. So there was only one option left to me. Go and talk to him and ask him why was he harassing. That's what Esau was threatening to do. Now, I didn't know where Esau lived, so I couldn't give him a home visit. I didn't know his address, so when I rang up the police, there was nothing I could do about it. So there was only one option left to me. Go and talk to him and ask him why was he harassing me when I haven't done fuck all to him. I also went to Rodney's house. Drove all the way to Rodney's house. Told the police I was going there as well. We went to Rodney's house.
I lost a bit, but this is all going to be addressed as well. Rodney thinks he got away from this. He obviously got caught up in this and didn't feel like trying to address his part in all this. And there is going to be understanding situations where, okay, Michaela, you got a bit mixed up there. Somebody played around with you, but your situation, perhaps, regardless of whether this is true or not regarding your son or anything. But that does not excuse your ongoing ignorance of child witness testimony, your silencing and abuse, horrific abuse of those speaking for the children on their behalf, for silenced children, This is not going to wash under any, oh, but I was being attacked by online trolls. Meh. I'm going to just come online at 2 in the morning and speak really angry and really sharp and so assertive. And I'm just absolutely right about everything. This is JUPES Ascension. Forever. Always ascending.
But Rodney wouldn't come out of his fucking flat. I had the right address as well. He would not come out of his fucking flat. I got all the recordings of that and I put it all out. He hid in his fucking flat. And if I'd have known where Esau lived, I would have gone to see Esau as well. Because I didn't think it was right that my kids were being attacked for no reason. I then asked Esau what it was all about, because it was the only option available. And Esau said, it's because you stuck up for Wendy, and you said, it was something pathetic really, disproportionate anger. You said, Esau's even told people the fucking reason why. You said that I was nasty to her about her dead husband before she was nasty to me. Right? And he replayed the stream, and I said to him, but Esau, the stream got replayed on Bellies, don't you remember, where I actually held my hands up and said, okay, I got it in the wrong order. Yeah? I said, I got it in the wrong order. And since then, I haven't been going around saying, yeah, well, you said it before, Wendy. I said, I don't understand. He went, oh, I didn't know that. I said, yeah, it's true. I said, but if that's what's bothering you, I can say it quite clearly with a clear conscience. Now that it got replayed to me on Bellies, yeah, and I heard it, I can quite clearly say to you, Esau, I apologise for getting it wrong because I did get it wrong. So I don't mind apologising for saying that I got wrong. He went, oh, in that case, I apologise. That's what stopped Esau coming at me. An adult conversation. Nothing to do with a fucking fake story that Wendy came out with fucking months later. So then, Terrigan, you need to get your facts in order, and Moon and all your little backup dancers need to shut their fucking gobs. Yeah? Because none of them can fucking get out of their bed and go on a rally, even though they make out that they can. They're all mouth. Yeah? They all like to talk the talk, but none of them can walk the walk. And I'm fucking sick of it. Pretentious cunts. Yeah? And that's part of the reason why they're jealous and they slag me off all the time. You know? So, that's that. So you got it wrong again then, didn't you? I'm sick and tired of having to prove these cunts wrong. And at least, right? At least, I've got a track record and consistency now of proving that these bastards lie. And yet they still couldn't say that I'm the one that's lying. You know, fucking makes me laugh. The derangement, the delusions, the jealousy, it's fucking nuts.
And since then, since that point in time, Jupiter did a 180 and said, oh, everyone's got to make a deal with these. Or if you remember it.
Right, that never happened either. What happened was that after I made a truce with Esau, Cam got upset because she was still getting trolled by them and she felt that I'd been disloyal to her. But I don't ever call for loyalty off of anybody, yeah? Because I believe I should be able to talk to and go where I want because I allow other people to talk to and go where they want. You see, I think that Cam has the right to pick and choose, talking to Esau when she feels like it, arguing with him when she feels like it, the same as Taffy, the same as fucking everybody else. And I don't think I should be given some kind of special orders of who I can engage with and when I can engage with them. Because nobody controls me. I'm a fully grown adult. Now, Cam got so upset that because she was angry with Bleeding Heart. I happen to like Bleeding Heart, and I still say that to this day. I actually don't mind Bleeding Heart. I wish that she wouldn't back up Esau in some of his fucking fuckeries, but unfortunately, I understand that he is one of the few people on here that's been a true friend to her. Esau, I can take or leave him. We can get on one day, we can argue the next. I don't really fucking give a fuck if Esau gets upset by what I think. He doesn't give a fuck if I get upset by what he thinks. You know, he's entitled to have his opinions, I've got my opinions. The same with Bleeding Heart. So you need to fucking stop rewriting shit then, because it's bullshit.
If it was the top prison thing, hasn't that already been put out? Like, didn't Wendy say Luke and that do all that fucking prison shit?
Yeah. But Jupiter's still denying it, and then who's doing that?
Jupiter's denying it because it's not fucking true. But then, I keep telling you this 100%, right? Because you would know this because of Curtis Arnold. You would know this because of Brian Earl. You would know this because of Watts Daughter. You would know this with all the other people that you've accused. If this event was supposed to have happened with my son, where's the newspaper article? Yeah? Where is it? Go and get it. You can't, because it's not fucking true.
It's easy to blackmail her, isn't it? And that's all that's happened, realistically. You can remix it and repaint it as much as you want. Right.
If I'm being blackmailed then, how come everybody keeps talking about something that ain't true and keeps including you? If it's such a fucking big secret then, how come you're talking about it? This thing that I'm supposed to be blackmailed over that ain't even true. I mean, what kind of blackmail was that? Oh, we're going to blackmail you over something that we've already convinced everybody that's true anyway, including Dan Terrigan. You fucking idiot! Fucking weirdo.
I personally believe for that story that that's not true, though. Like Dave said, it wasn't true. It's not
No,
true.
but she's
One person
admitted
said it's not true.
She's admitted that parts of it was true, but parts of it have been added. So okay, maybe
Yeah, so she told us like her version of the story. I don't think it's that.
No, I've said there is some truth to some of the stuff that Wendy has said. But you think it all is all relating to that story when it's not. There was other stuff that she said when she was making up her lies. But I'm not going to remind people. You need to go back then and look a bit harder to find what the true story was that had nothing at all to do with that fucking story. Weirdo.
They are blackmailing her with anything. I don't think it's going to be that. And I actually don't really think the truth can be blackmailed because, like me, we don't really have that much shame. We are quite honest. So
I'll find you the video tomorrow. I think it's only about 6-7 minutes or something, and you'll see what I'm saying. There's something to it. There is something to it, and that would explain Jupiter's. You got to think she absolutely was going deep into Esau, and
I already told you, me and Esau were arguing a lot. I was going crazy at him, and because of that, he went after my son, and not the fucking story that Wendy come out with. No, completely different son. Den, you absolute thicko. He wanted to ruin his business, and I weren't having my son's business ruined because unlike you, Den. Yeah, instead of waging war forever so that people lose your kid their job and everything else, and you look like a wanker online. Yeah, I needed to go and deal with it because I ain't going to let what I say online affect my family. I'm a real parent, unlike you. I don't walk away from my kids, unlike you, Den, who was willing to give up your kids and your wife for a movement that you then left. You weirdo.
ripping the new asshole into bleeding heart and whatever, and then all of a sudden, after Brian Pearl and whatever that chat, they did a 180. So, for me,
I don't think I was around. When I came back, she was fine with Esau and that.
I called the truth for Bleeding Heart and Esau before Wasp died. Before Wasp died. And Luke knows that's true. Because Luke also called the truth for them for a little while. Then Wasp died. And then they went back on the fucking thing. Because Luke and that used me as an avenue to call the truth because they were playing the long game. They didn't like her. Go and ask him, then, you fucking fuckwit.
Well, it clearly shows that people.
No, it's not true when you're getting blackmailed, is it?
Well, if people apologise to one another and then agree to let things go, then that's their prerogative, isn't it?
No, I don't think that's the case.
Like stuff, Esau's quite he does stuff. He's quite impulsive. That's the word.
Oh, Muslim wife, don't forget. Says then. So here's his admittance that he knows he's bullshitting and he's trolling somebody on the right, somebody that does far more than he fucking does, just because I said I believe he's got a Muslim wife. That's just my opinion. That was my way of saying you cape for Muslims, don't you? Then. Yeah, I don't care who the fuck you're married to. Ain't none of my fucking business. But if that is the reason that you're doing it, you're a pathetic man. A very pathetic, weak individual. I think you eat Muslim shit as well, then. How about that one?
So the amount of times them two have fallen out because they have had a few back and forths, Esau would have let slip by now that he had something, to be honest.
Kind of has a bit, hasn't it?
How?
Look how many times he was literally ripping the shit out of her, and she was just like, "Oh, stop it!" He's doing, like just like a bad wife or something. I don't know.
No, Jen. There's been times he's come on the panel and I can't bother to argue with him. I honestly believe that if I treated him with a bit of respect, he might learn to give respect back. But it didn't happen. So in the end, I had to tell him about himself. The final fucking thing was when he went after Babs. But that doesn't mean I can't still be civil to him when I feel like it. Yeah? You absolute mong. And you know this funny thing, Den? I actually prefer Esau to you, Den. You know that? I prefer Esau to you. Because I think you've got brain damage. At least Esau is straight up hateful to people. You know what you're dealing with. You're fucking schizo.
It's just the way.
Oh, no, to be fair, I have seen a few bits like that. I do get
it. That's what I'm saying. It's like anyone else could have been involved by those. You know what I mean? To me, it's very obvious. And when you see the videos that I'm saying, you'll see what I'm saying. There's not really any other explanation for it.
Well, there is another explanation. I've just explained it, you fucking weirdo. You absolute weirdo. And I can prove it with timelines. Yeah? You're an absolute weirdo, then. You've created a narrative to fit your agenda because you want to try and fucking ruin my credibility, all because you're jealous and bitter, and because I happen to say, oh, I reckon you've got a Muslim wife, sarcastically, because you're a Muslim bumlicker. Yeah? And everybody sees it, by the way.
Remind me, she has actually said, yeah, there's partial truth to it, but they've added bits on. You know what I mean? So there is some truth to it. She's admitted that. But,
No, what I said was, there's some partial truth to some of what Wendy is saying, but it wasn't to do with that story. It was to do with other allegations that she made. But you're so focused on that because you really hoped that I had a son that beat up his wife, didn't you? You weird fuck.
bits of added on. I think she tried blaming Luke and said, "Oh, they've added on kids." Okay, they might have. You know.
Yeah, Luke did add on kids. See, 40, that's what I said. See, when I went along with Dave's story, there was a reason why I went along with Dave's story. Because Dave had fucking come out like an arsehole and pretended it was him for some reason, even though Wendy had made the fucking story up. Yeah? And me being the suspicious kind of person that I am, I'm like, okay, where are all these fucking trolls going with this? Yeah? Ask Luke. If when he came into that fucking private call that wasn't private, was it, Dave? Ask him. When Dave said, do you want to tell the story, what I said? My actual words were, no, Dave, you tell him. Weren't me that said, fuck all then. It was Dave. Interesting, isn't it? And I was just sitting there thinking, really? Really? Is this the lengths you people go to? This is fucking amazing.
Hey, well, being that, but there is some truth to it. Something did happen.
I sort of explained it. I don't actually remember the story, but I remember the whole thing going on because it was when I was pregnant, I think.
Yeah.
So I was on here all the time.
Yeah.
And it was something to do with there was spice on the street and he ended up beating up his girlfriend.
Right, so I'm going to deal with that in a minute, what Amy's saying. We'll take it back a bit. Right, that's another lie. I had Roy on my channel yesterday, then. Yeah? Wait until I did on you playing AY and Roy. AY and Roy already had their dislike for DJE. Yeah? Nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me at all. They already disliked him. And you saying that all the community are calling it out. No, they're not. Probably only people that like DJE are calling it out. Yeah? So that's bullshit as well. You gave them misinformation and insisted violence. No, I never, and I never insisted violence either. All I said was I'm quite confident that Roy or AY will pull up DJE because I'd heard them discussing that they weren't very fucking happy with whatever it was that DJE said. It don't all lead back to me then, and Roy and AY will actually fucking tell you that themselves. They will tell you themselves. You absolute fucking fool. Roy was on here yesterday and said it's got absolutely nothing to do with you. Do you want me to play it? I have no idea what's coming. Okay. Yeah, like the milkshake. I couldn't give a shit.
Yeah, apparently he found it, smoked it. Probably thought it was weed or something and ended up smashing up the house, his missus, and maybe or maybe not the kids, I don't know.
Yeah, she said that like he didn't beat anyone up or something.
I don't know,
but then why is it anyone's business anyway?
No,
Why
no.
do you care? But then actually, if that is the case, actually I do care now, because if that is the case, then she shouldn't really be on here arguing about protecting women.
Right, let's go back a bit so I can hear what it is that then apparently is told her is true.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Jupes gets a bit funny with them on panel now. She
think
kicks
it's
them
a
off
bit.
A bit more. Maybe not bleeding as much, but Esau definitely.
You
A little bit, but why is he still around? I put it down to the blackmail that they hold over her, to be honest.
No, maybe no blackmail, you fucking idiot.
What do you think they have then on her?
Well, it's been admitted. I'll take you to the video. Ryan Hurd.
She did.
Yeah, so what is it you think they have on me then? What is it you think that they've got that nobody else can find? You absolute weirdos. Why don't you go and ask Danny Oakes-Jones what it is? He don't like me. He'll show you what he said he saw. Huh? It was just a couple of my kids' Facebook pages saying, I reckon it's one of these two, and this is the story that I've heard. And the story he heard was from Wendy. You're an absolute mug. Again.
Did you create a group with her, didn't you?
Yeah. Well, Brian Hurd.
I remember that. Telegram.
Well, Brian Hurd said that Danny Jones sent Green Team some information on Jupiter, so something to do with the spice thing, something to do with...
Yeah. Danny Oakes-Jones, and I'm looking for the email as we speak, and when I find it, I'll put it out there to show what a mug Den is again, how he gets everything wrong. And I know it's jealousy, Den, it eats you up, don't it? Jealous man that you are. It's so sad. Yeah? Really sad. Yeah? So, Danny Oakes-Jones went to Brownell and said to Brownell, I want you to run with this, right? Which is interesting in itself, because nobody at the time, he was playing it like he didn't get on with Brownell. He sent in two of my kids, yeah, Facebook pages and said, I reckon it's one of these two. And then he said, I've heard rumours, blah, 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 to do with spice, everything else, which came from Wendy, which was all bullshit. In that same thing, he also said, and by the way, Jupiter is, what is it? Jupiter's son is a window cleaner, which just wasn't true. And there's the car with the ladders on it, window cleaner ladders, which happened to be fucking next door neighbours, right? But because it was parked outside opposite my house, because there was no fucking parking, they obviously thought that it was fucking mine, even though we've got a drive and there was no car in my drive. Why would Hector, if he was a window cleaner, park outside the fucking drive if he's got his own fucking drive? But these people are thick, right? So they had a fucking picture of my next door neighbour's fucking car, who is a window cleaner, yeah? Trying to say that Hector was a window cleaner and not a roofer, because they can't, you see, this cognitive dissonance. Black man can't be a window, can't be a roofer. Oh no. Definitely not. Black men can't be ruthless, can they? It eats at the core of them, doesn't it? Yeah? Fucking silly little bastards. And then the other thing he said was that I always have my, in this email, I always have my washing machine on, and they've found a thing at a company's house, and they believe that we're sending clothes to Africa. Yeah. That's what he said. Yeah. And the reason that they made that story up is because I was on a live stream talking about the fact that we were going to send the clothes back to Africa, but we never ever got round to it. So they decided, oh, that must have been what the business was. Because they're fucking thick. The lot of them are thick. It's sad, really sad, that they make up all these assumptions and come out with bullshit like this. Over-invested in a 57-year-old woman who does what they can't do.
Prison. It was basically spelled out or whatever, and since then, since that point in time, Jupiter did a 180 and said, oh, everyone's got to make a deal with these. So if you remember,
Right, two lies here. Number one, I'd already made the truce with Esau by the time that they were trolled and got out that fucking story when I fell out with Wendy. I'd already made the truce, which was way back before Ross died. And it was all to do with the other son who had his own masonry business that they wanted to try and ruin. Yeah? So nothing at all to do with this fucking story that was made up out of fucking blue. Now, when it comes to me making a truce with Esau, I never told anyone else that they had to make a truce with him. I did try to say to Cam that maybe her and Bleeding Heart should try fucking stop going at each other, and I'll try and get them on the same live stream to sort it out. But Cam didn't want to. So if you're going to fucking tell the truth properly then. Yeah? It's quite sad.
The top prison thing, hasn't that already been put out? Like, didn't Wendy say Luke and that do all that fucking prison shit?
Yeah. But Jupiter's still denying it, and if they're doing that, it's easy to blackmail her, isn't it? And that's all that's happened, realistically. You can remix it and repaint.
How is it easy to blackmail someone if everybody believes that the story is true because Ben's been running around trying to convince them all that it must be true? When it's not even true. There's absolutely not one scrap of evidence because it's not true. You're all talking about it and you all want it to be true, but it's not true. But apparently I'm being blackmailed. Fucking weirdos.
Paint it as much as she wants, but it's been
I personally believe from that story that that's not true though. Like Dave said it wasn't true. It's not
no,
true.
but she's
One person
admitted
said it's not true.
She's admitted that parts of it was true, but parts of it have been added. So okay, maybe
Yeah, so she told us like her version of the story. I don't think it's that. If they are blackmailing her with anything, I don't think it's going to be that. And I actually don't really think that Jupiter can be blackmailed because, like me, we don't really have that much shame. We are quite honest. So
I'll find you the video tomorrow. I think it's only about 6-7 minutes or something, and you'll see what I'm saying. There's something to it.
No,
there's something to it.
No, there's not.
That would explain Jupiter's. You got to think she absolutely was going deep into Esau and ripping her.
I'd already made a truce with Esau at the point that lie was put out. You weirdo.
Last all into Bleeding Heart and whatever, and then all of a sudden, after Brian Pearl and whatever had that chat, he did a 180. So for me,
I don't think I was around.
Not true. So because I was already talking to Esau and Bleeding Heart, and the reason, by the way, that I actually started speaking to Bleeding Heart had nothing to do with the reason why I called a truce with Esau. The reason I spoke to Bleeding Heart was over Christopher Morris. Huh? Christopher Morris was coming out with this bullshit that he was going to take me to court for something, saying that I said something that I hadn't. And Bleeding came out with the video clip that proved not only did I not say what Christopher Morris said I said, but she also had the newspaper report in, like I claimed was a newspaper report, and I was reading out the newspaper report on him. She actually went and got it and proved that I was saying the truth. And she didn't have to do that because she wasn't speaking to me, because she didn't agree with my politics. But she did that because she thought it was wrong what Christopher Morris was doing. And after that, I thought, right, I've seen a different side to Bleeding. At least she's got principles. Or she can have principles. And so I cut her some slack, and actually I came to quite like her. I don't think she's perfect. I think she still does things I don't agree with. But at the end of the day, I'm sure there's things that I do that she don't agree with. But me talking to Bleeding had absolutely nothing to do with me talking to Esau. 2 different times, you absolute idiot.
People call the truce. That's what it clearly shows that then people call
no, it's not a truce when you're getting blackmailed, is it?
I'm not being blackmailed, you fucking wanker.
Agree to let things go, then that's their prerogative, isn't it?
No, I don't think that's
with like stuff like this, Esau's quite he does stuff. He's quite impulsive. That's the word. So the amount of times them two have fallen out because they have had a few back and forths. Esau would have let slip by now that he had something. To be honest,
kind of has a bit, hasn't it?
How?
Look how many times he was literally ripping the shit out of her, and she was just like, "Oh, stop it, Esau," like just like a battered wife or something. I don't know.
No, not like a battered wife. So I used to have Esau Bleeding on my panel, and I used to allow Esau because I honestly felt that if Esau was included, that there was a part of him that just wanted to be included, and that if he was included, that he might actually stop his bad behaviour towards other people. I was wrong. Esau enjoys trolling. Can I hold my hands up on that? I was wrong. He just enjoys trolling. Yeah? Not bothered about holding my hands up on that. So I tried to be nice to him, thinking if I gave him a bit of respect and treated him nicely, that maybe he'd change. He didn't. But it wasn't because I'm being blackmailed. It's because I'm actually a nice person, then.
Oh, it's just the way.
Oh, no, to be fair, I have seen a few bits like that. I do get it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like anyone else
Loud,
could have
she
been
just said
involved
it
by those. Do you know what I mean? It's, to me, it's very obvious. And when you see the videos that I'm saying, you'll see what I'm saying. There's not really any other explanation for it.
Yeah, there
And
is.
bear in
I've just
mind,
done it.
she has actually said, yeah, there's partial truths to it, but they've added bits on. Do you know what I mean? So there is some.
I said there's partial truths to what Wendy said when she weren't talking to me. But it wasn't referring to that story, because that weren't the only story that Wendy came out with. You absolute thicko. You need to go back and find what else that Wendy was coming out with. Yeah? And then maybe, I'll tell you what, I'll give you a few clues then, seeing as you want to talk about something that's true and fucking slag off people that's true. Yeah? Then you want to go find Natty, and you want to go and ask Natty if Natty ever asked me a question, and I said, yeah, that's true, actually. And then people try to remix that, and I had to say, no, this is true, but it's not the way you're now remixing it. Yeah, go find Natty. And then what you want to do is you want to go on to Jedi's, and you want to find a discussion that I had with Jedi as well. Yeah? But it ain't nothing to do with spice, you weirdo. And nobody's blackmailing me, because the truth has already been put out there to do with the story that adds an element of truth. You absolute thick wank saying.
Some truth to it. She's admitted that. But, you know, bits of added on. I think she tried blaming Luke and said, oh, they've added on kids. Okay, they might have. You know, it may well be that, but there is some truth to it. Something did happen.
No,
I do remember,
what I've said was that Luke added on kids to what Dave told him. Yeah? To what Dave told him. And a wife as well, I might add. Yeah? Because Dave never said it was his wife. Dave never said it was his kids. Luke added that bit on. Funny enough, Dave swore on the Bible on that when he fucking finally told the truth, but people have got rid of that. He's got rid of that stream, and fucking Thingy's got rid of that stream. Yeah? Yeah? You want to know what you're talking about, Den? You don't know. You think you know everything. You don't.
I don't actually remember the story, but I remember the whole thing going on, because it was when I was pregnant, I think. So I was on here all the time. And it was something to do with, there was spice on the street, and he ended up beating up his girlfriend over it or something.
Yeah, apparently he found it, smoked it. Probably thought it was weed or something, and ended up smashing up the house.
And that's the story that Wendy came out with, isn't it? And Wendy added on fucking wife and kids. Yeah? Wendy came out with that story and said wife and kids. Yeah? Then Dave, for no reason at all, without me asking him, went on Jacko Radios and said, no, actually, Wendy, it was me. Yeah? And she shouldn't have repeated it on. So, yeah, I just want you to know it weren't her son, it was me, because he thought he was doing me a favour for some fucking unknown reason. Made the whole thing fucking worse. Yeah? And then he had a meets call where he fucking turned around and said, Jupiter, can I tell Luke? Yeah? I goes in there, he says, and then Luke comes in within a second. He says, oh, can I tell Luke the story? I was like, fucking hell, what the fuck is this? Let's see what they're going to do here. I was saying, go on, you tell him. And I just sat there flabbergasted as they said all this bollocks. But he never mentioned the fucking kid. He never mentioned the fucking wife. Luke put that bit on. But Luke genuinely believes that that was what was said to him by Dave. Because Wendy had already said it and already put the story out there. But to be fair, Luke got dragged into a load of bullshit he didn't need to be dragged into. He weren't one of the ones that was trying to be a fucking deceitful cunt. Which is why I don't blame Luke. Yeah? I know who the deceitful cunts were. And I know who I've forgiven, because they've come and asked for forgiveness and explain why they got upset, etc., etc. Because guess what then? I'm a nice person. Yeah?
False. His missus and maybe or maybe not the kids, I don't know.
Yeah, she said that, no, like, he didn't beat anyone up or something.
I don't think
But then, why is it anyone's business anyway?
I don't
Why do
know.
we care? But then actually, if that is the case, actually I do care now, because if that is the case, then she shouldn't really be on here arguing about protecting women if her son is one of the problem.
No, Amy, my son is not the problem. None of my sons have beat up their wives, ever. They like to think that they do, but they don't. It's quite sad, really, that I've got this going on.
Well, yeah. But, I mean, even that, it's just weird. You said it was only a few weeks ago when Wendy and Jupiter was sat on the panel, whipping the shit out of an actual victim. That was Green Gang, mocking and making out she was a scammer.
And again, that's not really true either. You need to bring that forward and show that as well. What I said was, this girl that he claims he rescued, he then claimed at a later date, this is the Shield guy, that she was his mate. Yeah? And the girl, instead of talking about what she'd gone through or, you know, why she was grateful, she started singing a fucking song like a lunatic. Turns out that she's a bit of a scammer and not exactly kosher anyway. Yeah? There's news articles and stuff on her, but whatever.
this, that, and the other, just proper taking the piss out of them for about an hour and a half. It's like, how the fuck have you actually got anything about you to make, you know, to always standing up for victims? No, you're not. You're ripping the shit out of them. Do you know what I mean?
I don't believe that she's a victim of trolling, of grooming. I don't believe it. I think the way she was acting was a bit bizarre. I think the Shield was all a fucking scam. And when he come out and admitted that it's one of his fucking friends, you know, you just have to look and go, yeah, all right, that was definitely a setup. Yeah.
It always seems to become a bit more of, like, I get on with Jupes more when she's not friends with Wendy. I've noticed she becomes a bit more worse when her and Wendy are besties again. Wendy's a bad influence.
No, I don't think that's true. I don't think Wendy's a bad influence. I think there's a lot of people that don't like me talking to Wendy. I don't think Wendy's responsible for anything that I say at all. Yeah. What I want to say, and that ain't me covering for Wendy. I just said in the past, maybe when we had our first friendship, but not this time round. I'm independent. I'm independent because I learned people slap you in the back, make up things, talk shit about you when you don't do what they want you to do. I don't think you can blame Wendy for anything that I've said since we fell out and then made up. Not at all. The only thing you can blame Wendy for is the fucking stories that she came out with. But even that, I understand why she did it. We made up. I said some horrible stuff about her in retaliation to make her feel the same shitty way that she tried to make me feel with lies. I've done the same lies to her. After that, we both apologised. That's it. We've moved on. I don't know why everyone's obsessed in knowing who I talk to and who I don't talk to, and why it's any of their fucking business. But it happens. At the same time, I'm very similar when I talk about Tommy Robinson and trusting Danny Tomo or Paul Falk. But at the same time, I accept he's entitled to be friends with him. He can be friends with whoever he fucking likes. Unfortunately, Den doesn't think so. Den thinks he controls people. Well, I'm telling you today, Den, you don't control me. You need to go and get proper evidence to stop slandering people.
I don't know. Could be either way, to be fair. I know what you mean. I just think it's one of them. If somebody had something like that above me, I'd rather throw it out there myself than get blackmailed. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, I do that. That's what we were talking about that earlier. I've done that with.
Yeah, but what can't you understand, you wank, saying, how can people blackmail you with something that people have already thrown out there and everybody is already running around believing is true when it ain't even true? You've already smeared my name with it, even though it ain't true. You've already smeared my son's name with it, even though it ain't true. You've already caused problems for my fucking grandchildren, even though it ain't true. So how can I be blackmailed, you absolute fool?
Something before. Yeah, I'll put anything.
They were a good site. I'm not going to complain. I've seen them too.
So, yeah, I'm going to do blackmail. Whenever anyone ever tries to blackmail me, you're going to fail, I promise you.
Well, for all the reports she's made over the fucking time that she's been around, which is a long ass list or whatever. That's
all right. So now he's saying that I've admitted that it's true. Now he's saying I've admitted that it's true. Oh my God, then. But 5 minutes ago, you were arguing with Amy that the reason I'm getting blackmailed is because I won't admit that it's true. And I've never admitted that it's true. But now I've admitted that it's true. I told you, you're a schizo, mate. You really are a schizo.
something that, you know, the police would actually take note of and actually deal with. It's blackmailing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but then if it's Esau, I get her point. No one knows who he is. And the police aren't actually, like, I get the police probably can find him, but they're not going to. They're not going to put resources into finding someone just because they're going to tell a few people on the internet something about Jupiter's life.
Exactly, Amy. But you know the funny thing? The police told me that they'd found Esau and they'd spoken to him. And on a live stream, I actually said, but the police have spoken to you, Esau, and you know they have. And he said, yeah. He said he got an email. And then later on, he denied it. So I don't know whether he did get spoken to or whether he didn't get spoken to. So for a little while, I was saying, and you know that you got spoken to because he said, yeah, he got an email. And then later on, he said, no, he lied about that. So I don't know if he did or he didn't. Police told me they spoke to him. He now says that they never. I don't know. I know that they definitely spoke to Brian Earl, though. Which is the reason that me and Brian Earl don't argue, because Brian Earl got told to stop his bullshit, and he actually came and apologised to me, and since that day, he's been sweet as a nut with me. Yeah? And that was because he'd done threats against my 14-year-old daughter when he was coked up one night. And those threats weren't very nice. But unlike other people on here who go, oh, yeah, you can't run to the police, or you can't run to the police, you know, you can't, you're a grass if you run to the police. Well, sorry, my 14-year-old daughter comes first. If I think there's any fucking credible truth to something, or someone stepped over the line, and I'm a bit worried about my daughter being in danger, I'll go to the police. You might sacrifice your kids then, I don't. Yeah, your remixing don't work because people have you admitting it. A minute ago you said I won't admit it, and I have never admitted it. So where's this admittance then, Deb? You bullshitter. Yeah, go and get it. Go and get it. Go and get it and play it. Stop bullshitting.
They're not going to do that.
No, but blackmail they would, wouldn't they?
I don't think they will. It depends. Like, unless it's a life or death situation. If it's just letting people know that her son went to prison for beating a woman, I really don't think they're going to take that seriously.
Possibly.
My thinking was that I thought Jupiter was being smart and just being a bit friendly to like try find out a bit more information. But then I started to think, well, this is getting fucking long. You might as well just give this up now. And it's still going on. So I just don't really.
If you remember.
No, like I said, Amy, the reason that I spoke to Esau for so long was because, number one, he stuck to his word and he stopped being a cunt towards me. I mean, he's still got his opinion on me. I've still got my opinion on him. We can still argue, but he doesn't go after my children. I don't care if he slacks me off. People are allowed to do that. But he stuck to his word that he wouldn't fucking involve family, right? So on a very basic level, I respect that. Secondly, I believe if I treated him with respect, he wouldn't troll other people. That all he wanted was to be included. I got proof wrong on that. He loves trolling. We all know that, right? Thirdly, there's a little bit of, well, I like bleeding, and obviously bleeding likes Esau. So I allowed a little bit to give bleeding room to make her feel comfortable. That's it. It's no more than that. I've always stated I like bleeding art, but Esau I don't particularly get on with. We argue backwards and forwards, but we're civil to each other because we called a truce on the arguing. And I don't agree with what he does, and I don't agree with bleeding art enabling him. I've always said that. I don't know why people are being disingenuous and not telling the truth.
According to JUPES, she said that the police have been in contact with Esau over some shit, and he acknowledged it and all that. He's either pantomime, or do you know what I mean?
See, I haven't heard that. I've heard that Jupes reported him, and they don't know because she doesn't know any details about him. She just wanted to basically make a truce with him because it's pointless. And I do like Esau when he's coming for you, it is just relentless. Like, it's fucking draining. I came offline when it was like just pictures of my son and pictures of this, and it was just all family and like real life shit. I just came off.
Yeah, in fact, I reported Esau twice. There's 2 occasions that I reported Esau. So I reported him over what he'd done to my son, and they told me that they found him and had to work with him, and he said he got an email on a different live stream, and I put 2 and 2 together and thought it was to do with me, and then later on he denied it. But prior to that, I'd also called the police because Esau was running around with an avatar of Amy's kids. No one else done it for her. She called the police herself, by the way. And they told her in that instance exactly the same thing as what they told Amy. Well, we don't know who he is, there's nothing we can do, and it's only trolling.
Because I couldn't be asked. So I can see why she would just rather make a truce, because I don't think she would want to come off. I'm not making a truce with him, no, not bed like that. That's for sure.
Right, but that's not quite true though, Amy, is it? Let's be honest. You did make a truce with Esau and you was being just civil, and then one day you were sitting on a platform and for no reason at all he turned on you. It was really something simple. I think what happened was they were talking about some other woman had come on the panel. I can't even remember what it was to do with. Something to do with Brian Earl or something. And Esau started going on, and all Amy said was, "Oh, shut up, Esau," like that. Not even nasty. "Oh, shut up, Esau." And straight away, he went, "Oh, Amy, blah, 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 blah. Don't tell me to shut up. You prostitute, blah, 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 blah," and all the rest of the shit. And there was no need for it. I actually said to Esau at the time, "Don't agree what you just done there. What was that for? What was the point in that?"
I don't know. To me, it's one of them. She was going full at it, you know, literally ripping Esau and bleeding and whatever. And then all of a sudden, that happened with the chat with Brian Earl and keeping some information from Danny Jones. And then they were just changing the wind.
It never. Way before then, I'd already called a truce with Esau, which is the reason. Yeah. Why? When Brian Earl got that fucking shitty story off of Danny Oakes Jones, which was all fucking bullshit, he went from Danny Oakes Jones, he went straight to bleeding and said, "Bleeding, I've been given this to run with and to troll." And she went, "I'm not doing that to Jupiter." And
Okay, this is like however many more times now. So I've been noting them on a rough. This whole stream is just going to go down as just a whole stream of enabling paedophile and child abuse of all forms. I've been hoovering my place, so I have missed bits here and there. I've been turning the Hoover. That's a brand name, isn't it? I've been vacuum cleaning. So I haven't been following totally intently, but I've heard enough. And she has said Danny Oakes Jones at least 4 times. She's just compounded this. She's created this delusion around herself where it's become so normalized. And then Rick, he so does not want to see the truth that he will just keep using the name Danny Jones to what's the word, validate his I don't get it. What do they think they're getting from it? They're just making it so. And yeah, these people, these absolute paedophiles. Oh, this is my point. I think the point I need to get to is the moral of this story is it's about attention. And it's more than just attention, because these people know. I honestly do not believe anybody now basically doesn't know what's going on. They can create a narrative that they want to run with, so the moral of the story is about attention. Are you taking attention, or are you paying attention? Are you giving attention? Are you showing attention to other things? But then when they know as well, it's like intentional misleading. And the reason why it's just as bad as the paedophiles, because the paedophiles, I mean, there's different levels of like the one. You're so bad in this, you're so bad here because you're actively going out your way to try and destroy people, to silence. Whereas loads of the paedophiles involved directly in the Hampstead case themselves, they're not pursuing, trying to, they know they can't anyway because they've not got anything to stand on, because we're so confident with the truth now. They just caught us in a temporary state of confusion, lack of awareness, even, I will admit, to the fear. The fear is obviously. And Danny West, you're just so relentlessly. You're just so. I just don't know how to. I really just pity you. I pity you so much. So yeah, that was it. Just to highlight that she's just said it multiple times in a row. And Rick, you're guilty of creating this. Like you're enabling this. You think you're going against Michaela. You are. I don't even know if I've ever heard you call her Michaela. You really, if you want to try and save yourself, your reputation in any of this, then like you can still come back from this. You need to start calling Danny Jones Lyndon Warden. You were one of the first people to know his real name. And all because maybe you were scared of getting outed, you decided to compound this. I mean, it is different when you've got children, when you've got a wife and stuff and partner, whatever, in your situation. I can understand the fear. It does affect you in a different. It affects you in a different way, but that is no excuse when you come out of your way. You could have just, if you want to call anybody an attention beg, Darren Williams, soundy banana nonce. You could call somebody like Den, maybe Rick Tarragon, Rick Connor, whatever his name is. You could call him potentially an attention beg. When somebody avoids like witnessing the truth and goes on with and goes playing into a narrative, a fantasy with fake names, knowing that people are, I would say he knows that Lyndon's a paedophile, and you know, say worse, quote unquote worse, but within the child murder aspects, and trying to get victims to kill themselves. I mean, that's another level of protecting paedophiles, and that's another crime in its own right, isn't it? Murdering and then protecting paedophiles. And being a paedophile and then protecting paedophiles. It's like a third crime. Trying to actually get people to kill themselves, like coming in chats with a cigarette and an injection needle. Where are you, Lyndon Warden? Where are you, hoax police? I would try and type your name in, but you have to write it in a fucking different font, don't you? So I have to copy and paste it when I do that. Yeah. Don't know why they don't come to mine. Why do some of them only go to Kaylee's and not come to mine? Do they know I'm here? Surely they've subscribed to me by now. Did you make a post? The relentlessness. The relentlessness is just there. It's just what it is, isn't it? And then just these abuses on someone's visual appearance, like just because I got a bad eye, you just think that's gonna you think that's gonna destroy me. And no, I used to take drugs as a coping mechanism, and thankfully I've got away from that, and I'm very open about that. and then calling me a pedo. It's clearly not the case, Danny West. It's very, very clear, and it's going to be made more and more clear, and you are very deranged. Thank you, darling. You're just totally deranged that you still think this isn't going to change for you imminently. I don't know what the Doncaster races is about, Danny West. I saw you typing about that yesterday. I'm going to have to... No, I'm not banned from parks and schools. I'm banned from nowhere. You can go and speak to the police about what you are asserting and about a beautiful divine intervention where an allegation was made and an assertion was put out, and me and Kaylee put out the information publicly, and you, what's the word, you ran with it and you jumped on it, and it's just showing you up so brilliantly. It's just worked out better than it. And I don't want to get cocky. With this because I don't want to be arrogant in our success, or even schadenfreude in your demise or suffering. So yeah, I just pity you. But we have to. We're on the battlefield, and have to treat it as such as well. So just trying to be objective about this as well as is what it is, eh?
And I think you should tell her. Yeah? And then Brian Earl says on the live stream that he wanted to tell me something in private, and I said, no, do it through Bleeding, because I don't want no direct contact with Brian Earl. So I gave it to Bleeding, and Bleeding sent it to me. I'm sure she's got a copy of it somewhere. I'm sure Danny Jones has got a copy of it somewhere. I've got a copy of it somewhere. But right now, I can't be bothered to fucking go looking for right the way back. Yeah? Right the way back. Because I can't remember if she sent it under a Bleeding Art account or a different account, what the name of the account was on the email. I can't remember. But I know I've got it somewhere, so I'm going to have to go look for it. And no big fucking secret, then. No big secret. You think there's something there. But like I said to you, if it's real, go and bring me fucking solid evidence. Because you can't. But it's not real.
And all of a sudden, the people that she dragged in to attack on her behalf just all got stabbed in the back. Do you know what I mean? And then she's like, oh, everyone's got to make a deal with me, so I can try and get you.
No one got stabbed in the back. Cam didn't have no loyalty to me. Cam talked to people that trolled me. Yeah? So how can I stab someone in the back who's got no loyalty to me? I don't ask people to not talk to people on my behalf. So I don't call for their loyalty. They can talk to whoever they like. And I expect to be given the same fucking rights. Yeah? When I respect people and I give them the freedom to do what they want, I expect them to give me the fucking same level of trust. Unfortunately, it don't happen that way on here. Too many people on here think they can tell Jupiter what to do. And then when they realise they can't tell Jupiter what to do, they get out of their pram because they think, well, they're such big guard men and that they should be running the show. Then you ain't got no connections and you don't run fuck all. Yeah? And you don't even get out of bed for what you say you believe in.
Use a deal. Like, who the fuck's going to bend over?
Like you some sort of hacker. I'll try to get you a deal, no thanks.
Honestly, like,
Keep your deal.
Yeah. But when is Jupiter ever done that with anybody else? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get your suspicion. I don't know. I don't think he's that powerful over anyone that. And he must, if it is, then I do not think it's that prison thing. There must be something else, and it's got to be pretty fucking big because I don't understand why she'd get like. It would affect her a little bit, but she's had so much shit been said about her and her family and shit like that. That's probably not that deep compared to some of the other stuff.
There's literally nothing that hasn't been fucking said about me that ain't true on here. They've all listen. They're trying to set me up as fucking paedophile, putting me on fucking paedophile hunter sites. They did a hiding in plain sight fucking thing for wrong'uns and put me on there with other paedophiles. I've had people go down my fucking kids' Facebooks. I've had people make up stories about my kids. I've had people try to fucking ruin my kids' fucking income. Yeah? I've had people go to my kids' school. I've had people write to my fucking neighbours making up stories. You can't blackmail me. There is nothing left. It's absolute bullshit. And believe me, you, right? If this story was fucking true, if this story was true, yeah, it would have been in the newspaper. They would have found the article by now and they would have put it out all over the place.
What's happened?
Mm.
But then it would ruin her reputation a little bit, because if your son's beating up women, you're like everything you're about sort of fucked. So I don't really know. Maybe.
Not really.
No, she's fucked all that. She's fucked all. I mean, for me, she hasn't got any credibility.
What you can do don't affect
Can't
her.
really
If you're
do
going around
what
saying
you
like, we need to protect our women from these foreign men, and your son is the problem,
want.
and you're saying no, they need to deal with their own, but you're not dealing with.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. I don't just say that we need to protect ourselves from foreign men. I think women need to be protected from all misogynistic men. But I think we don't need to add to the problem with fucking foreigners. Yeah? But now you're stepping it up a level, Amy. So now it's gone from Darren Terrigan making up his story to apparently my son's as bad as a rapist. This is fucking bizarre. Honestly. The way these people fucking think and rationalise is wrong. Seriously.
Your own, and you're still like,
Yeah, but
you're still there for your son, then yeah, you're the problem as well.
Yeah, but if she's the problem as well, while she's ripping into victims and survivors, do you know what I mean? That's like a secondary problem, isn't it?
Yeah.
Nobody rips into victims and survivors. I don't believe. I think Shield was a scam. The woman that he used was a scammer. I think she actually got done for scamming, if I remember correctly. I think it was in the press. Yeah. I can't remember exactly what the story was, but I know there's a story there. Yeah. Actually, let me have a look. Let me see if I've still got fucking. I know there's a story there somewhere. Just can't remember for the life of me what it was. Let me have a look. Let me have a look and see if I can find out what the fuck it was. Let's see. Let's see. Oh God, it will be way back now. Can't find it. I know there was a story. No, there was something now. I have to look for that as well. Oh, I know. There might have been an email. Might have been an email. Let me have a look. Let me have a look. Right, let's have a look. Let's see. I don't know. Fucking know it's here somewhere. No, it's here somewhere. Right. Oh yeah, is this it? Let's have a look. No, that's not it. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. No, that's not it. I'll have to have a look later. I know it's there somewhere. I know there's some fucking story with her background or whatever, and it was in the paper. So, yeah. I'll find it, don't worry. But yeah, weirdo, then Terrigan.
Look good. Do you know what I mean? She's been at the Tommy demo as like.
I usually ask. To be fair, when people come to me with stuff, I usually go ask the person. So I'm sure next time she's like, I'll just fucking ask her anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tag you in the videos, and then you've got their long words. Do you know what I mean? You can see what you're saying from there or whatever. But
yeah, definitely, Amy. What Den wants you to do is stop talking to me. Den won't be satisfied until he stops everybody talking to me. And do you know the reason why? He came and showed me the reason why earlier. One, it's jealousy. And two, it's because I dare to say I think he's got a Muslim wife. Right? See that? I'll show you the comment that proves that that's what it's about. Look, hold on, let's find it. There you go. Muslim wife, don't forget, low. Yeah? Because he can't take a bit of sarcasm. Yeah? But I reckon he licks fucking Muslim ass. Yeah? You know? You know? Thank you, bleeding. Yeah? Yeah, and you're the one, you're sitting here making out that you're sticking up for women, then by the way, you're the one that abuses women. It's always women that you go after. Look what you did to Kaylee as well. Whether I approve of Kaylee's behaviour or not. You went after Kaylee. You tried to use her to fucking ingratiate yourself with other people. Going, look what I've done. I've got a lefty to turn right. I've got a lefty to turn right. When you didn't get a lefty to turn right. She's still left leaning, right? But you sent her fucking mental by rejecting her when she needed you the most. You know, and yeah, he did say he goes to a mosque every Friday, wake up, you pay. And that's the reason why I went, I wouldn't be surprised if he's got a Muslim wife. I reckon he's got a Muslim wife. And that made him cry. Cry, baby dead. Cry, baby dead. Can't take words. Can't take words. Gonna get bitter like the shooter. Gonna get bitter like the shooter. Gonna turn everyone against you. You're a fucking tart, then.
For me, it is what it is. It's quite clear to see whatever the turn of events and how people have ended up sat where everything's at now. But,
I think years ago I used to care like a bit more about people on here. Now I'm just at a point where I couldn't give a fuck. Like no one on here. I don't give a fuck about anyone on here. So I just decide to be friendly with anyone who's friendly with me now because I can't be asked.
Exactly, Amy. It's not worth it because most of the people on here are pretentious anyway. When you find out their real lives, you get people on here that come on and go, you fat, ugly cunt, this, that, and the other. And then their camera comes on and they've got a comb over. Or they've got yellow teeth. Or they talk like they're disabled. Their faces all squashed in. And they walk around with dogs and fucking bother boots that fucking make them look simple because the trousers fucking cut off at the ankles. You know, or they sit there with fucking, I don't know, bowls of food stuff in their face. Big fat ugly fuckers themselves. Twice the size of you. It's amazing. Or they turn the camera on, they've got no teeth. Absolutely no teeth. Sitting there talking about women's looks. It's unbelievable. You get these people who go on as if they're fucking really rich. It turns out when the camera accidentally goes on, then the fucking house is a shithole. It's mental.
I'm into the whole trolling shit anymore.
It's a lot easier, isn't it, Amy?
Yeah, I just can't bother. I don't have time for it. I've got enough shit in my real life.
I was just in the other room, so I'm just going to catch up with your comments a bit. And I was just in the other room, so I don't know. I'm getting the impression she actually believes like certain bits of what she says. So I'm just going to go back to this bit where she said that Kaylee is actually left-leaning.
But yeah, weirdo then, Terrigan. Right.
Yeah, Danny West and the such. Like,
Find it. I know there was a story.
You're doing nothing other than just making this so much clearer for us to present to anybody. Like, it is mad to think. Obviously, it's an intimidation isn't it? The only job that you had was to try and scare us from pursuing the truth. The truth isn't hard to pursue. It's just about you create this you've created this. I mean, Lyndon initially saying that people would be on the sex offenders list, register, whatever you can call it, if they watch the children's interviews. So you played into ignorant people like Michaela from the beginning. So she's absolutely culpable from the beginning for not watching the children's interviews and coming on panels and asserting opinions regarding this. See what's sad. Kaylee's laughing at us. Wallace who ignored the comment about Kaylee's court date only being a 5-minute plea. And who said that one? Yeah, it will just be an initial plea here, won't it? I suppose I just need to catch up a bit. Sorry. Yeah, and the fact that most people aren't fans of this behaviour is just goes without saying. But you're just so insular in your belief that you have some sort of protected. You're in some sort of protected, enclosed situation here, which it has been. So I mean, I can see why this delusion has manifested. So would profoundly be the word be. Oh, what's trials Matt got in 2026? I'd like don't know if it's don't want to speculate, but Ricky Dearman or James Hind were the ones I knew about. But so big up Matt, as much as he admits to his own ungroundedness and insecurities and lack of good diet, which feeds him with fear. Feeding yourself with fear, Matt, you can make yourself a lot stronger if you don't consume the fear and the suffering, the pain. And this is what you all express this because you feed on the innocence of others. You paedophiles. You take. Oh, this is the point I was going to say. Actually, the point before was the moral of the story is that you're not being selfless. So even if somebody was a paedophile, if they're trying to get out of it, especially generational abuse, absolutely 100%, they are almost 100% not. I would say actually 100% not responsible for what they became. So now have we got an absolute excellent is this Lyndon going totally mad, or have we got an excellent carbon copy? Is this actually the real Lyndon doing this? I'm not sure now. This is brilliant. See, it is. We have to see the funny side because of what this has become, and the reckless, lawless of bullshit of. No, it's actually the real him, just calling him, using his own name. Like, I thought that was Esau for a moment in the wars, and he was fucked, and he knows it. Oh, mate. Yeah, my without giving you all the information, but yeah, my police investigation that they're supporting me with now have said basically what all the evidence they have against you lot, you paedophiles, that we've been documenting for years, it's just so vast that it is going to take them some time, and to actually get the Ipswich court to contact them and discuss with them regarding this equipment, because so much of the evidence is on there, because I have been collating for a long time. So charge has been to do with Jake's devices and breaking audio. Well, you wish it wasn't, didn't you, Wallace? You wish. You wish. There's so much wishy, Wallace. Wishy hoogly. You just make up the most bullshit. You've just got no substance, Wallace Hoogly. You see, little mare, you have a break by not going on YouTube. You can have a You're so clutching. Oh, you fluffy paedophile. It's possible you're still a paedophile woman. I'm not going to be any more sensitive to that. The fact that you might be a woman, but obviously, I mean, whoever's abused it, male or female, you've suffered. And when we've got to remember, everybody, these female paedophiles, they have plastic willies. They intentionally cause harm. The real willies do not actually hurt Elisa, as she describes, because she is so used to being penetrated by a large plastic willy of varying sizes depending on how high up in this paedophile cult ring, generational incest culture they are. There is 3 described main colours: brown, gold and white. These are the 3 colours that Gabrielle describes for the different different statuses within this cult. And this is all about trauma-based mind control, fear-based mind control. And thankfully, it is a spiritual war, and sadly, obviously, it's like it's like two sides of the same coin. It's like a paradox that sadly it's so dark and demonic and evil, but at the same time, there is divine protection, guidance. What was the other word I was thinking of? Divine, just divinity of like brilliant, like parameters, like dynamics to this. That's it. Divine dynamics, I think I was going to say. So so yeah, it was all about creating fear, and the fear. It's not even just the fear of physical harm. So I mean, there's loads of big gangsters that will be like, "Oh yeah, they can come for me. I'll fight them. I'll fucking you know." But it's actually the fear of actually witnessing child's testimony. It's the fear of the discomfort, of the deep-seated human, what do you call it, archetypes or dysfunctions or corruptions that anybody can be susceptible to due to hormonal imbalance, emotional imbalance, and in acknowledging that, I mean, a lot of it does come down to the fear of being, you know, the repercussions. Sadly, it's not even the physical lot of it, even though that would be the underpinning. It's actually a lot of it's to do with people want their free time, their own time. They want to, they don't want to serve others. They don't want to put themselves out and face social ridicule. One of the biggest ones is being accused of being crazy. Social ridicule. Social ridicule is one of the biggest ones. This is why he comes along with his cigarette and his injection, because you've got nothing, Lyndon. You are so finished. The only people upholding your fucking freedom at the moment is people like Michaela and then Rick. This is why we are so focused and determined and passionate and clear in our job, in our work. And then you got people like, how involved is Jamie Barnes really? There is big I mean, absolutely, clearly, like, assuming he's compromised a lot, like deep in this now. And yeah. Oh yeah, I was gonna play Michaela where she thinks. So it's like Michaela genuinely believes that Kaylee went was a lefty, and that like Rick. This was Rick's. It was only so Rick wasn't trying to expose the paedophiles. It was only just because she was left wing that she just needed. Everyone just needed to bring Kaylee in from being left wing. That's what it was all about, wasn't it? It really feels like she's convinced herself of this. Like, I'm just going to listen to it once through. I won't comment on it again.
No website now. I have to look for that as well. Oh, I know. It might have been an email. Let me have a look. Right, let's have a look.
So just before that bit, it is these moments of stillness where she can't feel it with something because she has something else that she has to focus on. That it's almost like she even has to like she's. I know that's something that somebody might do looking for it, but it's like you can hear the truth trying to come into her, and she's like, you can hear her just battling it off. I feel. It's personal, and I just feel that when there's these moments that she just like she can't just spin her narrative because she's got a little dead period. It's like she just I've got to catch up with the comments a little bit. What was I? You can't even name one person, Kaylee, so all your lies and delusions are comedy gold. As for Jake, he can't get off the name Lyndon. Lol, lol, lol. So many before you, Jake, have tried to smear me and White Knight. It's meaningless, Lyndon. It's absolutely meaningless. everything you do from forever onwards, from whenever you were exposed, has just been so blatant. We've got video, audios of you looking through the darkness account, which just exposes the fuck out of you. We've got you offering to take Kaylee to the Maldives. We've got you sharing Kaylee's children with the kosher rats and different people, and we've got you saying that you've got assets and like fake laughing at the yeah. So that's all she wants is just money. And then what is it? I think is Eric Brian Leroy Hansford that comes in and says, "Oh yeah, she obviously doesn't want to protect children. She only wants money." I get a bit confused between him and Justin sometimes because they sound quite similar to me, even though they're from profoundly different areas of the country, potentially. But they both have this kind of like, you know, this kind of voice that you all kind of have. It seems to be, I don't want to take the piss, like as in, but it's going to have to be outed and discussed, you know. That there's this thread or this common trait where you all sound a little bit like, I don't know if it's like the ungroundedness, or it's just like, is it just because you're putting on an act, or is it because you're so insecure, and is it just the paedophilia just does it itself because it's just a Nancy trait or something? I'm not really sure. I can imagine Danny West probably sounds a bit like this as well. And definitely Pip Smoker. Maybe Pip Smoker's a bit more like this because he's a bit more grumpy and fat. You know? But you definitely all probably sound a little bit like just not very clear, authentic. And I mean Lyndon Warden. Yeah, I'm just overly excited and madly confident with myself. I'm just Lyndon Warden, but in a slightly more northern accent, you know. Wellatugli is boasting about flying over the USA to attend a 5-minute plea. Yeah, you should have got sectioned instead. Instead of what? Who are you talking to now? Guess you're probably still trying to go at Kaylee. Everyone here, Jake, understood exactly what I meant. Everyone here, what? This group of paedophiles, this paedophile ring. So you're treating these as some sort of backup, some sort of affirmation of your statement. Let's read it again, shall we? You can't even name one person, Kaylee, so all your lies and delusions are comedy gold. As for Jake, he can't get off the name Lyndon. Lol. So many why before you, Jake, and have tried to smear me and White Knight. It's not the case, though, Lyndon. Just press mute on by accident. It's not the case. Oh, I've got to switch on my microphone. It's not the case, though, Lyndon. You're just a straight-up bullshitting paedophile. It's very clear, and you best just get it over and done with sooner than for yourself. It would just make it much easier for yourself. But so just out of curiosity, just while I play this, I'm just going to read a bit further up the comments just to try and. Oh, the disgusting Jake is late as all. But you said you were going when I was talking about the plastic willies, Lyndon. And the different size plastic willies for different levels of the cult. And the Velcro strap-on willies. No, I don't understand it. There's nothing to understand. I just said you bullshitting. I just said I'm going to go up the chat to try and make sense of how you even came to that sentence. Why you were even trying to assert such bullshit. So, in regards to, you said you were going to go, but no, I won't just go on about the abuse. But no, actually, we'll go a bit further up the court, actually. Sorry, up the chat. And we've got Wallace here. I'm far from demented, Convid, but I am an old woman. another bullshit lie I'm almost certain of. And if you are a woman, you're definitely one of the paedophile women. Oh, this is so funny. Give me a quid for every time Lyndon is mentioned and I could retire now. But this is not so funny because there's a reason why your name's being mentioned, and I'm describing very clearly as to why it's important. I'm not just doing it for some meaningless name, Lyndon's name, for no reason. I'm naming Lyndon Warden's name because thankfully we know who Lyndon Warden's name is, and even you go on videos and all sorts and shit, you go, because you're such a brazen paedophile. And apparently Lyndon above that was just calling out Kaylee's lies and delusions, Jake, as you should. This is just the most weak, pathetic attempts at gaslighting and psychological, like, it's just nothing. It's just not even, it's like you're not even trying. It's like you just want to be caught and outed at ASAP. And then Danny West, Bong Eye won't, Danny. He is instrumental to Kaylee's upcoming court case. Right, yeah. And then big capital letters for not. This is trying to make Kaylee feel like insecure, trying to gaslight again. Prison is not respite, Kaylee. And Wallace, your charge has what to do with Jake's device? Oh, I think I touched on that one, didn't I? Only forces get their device. Only nonces with your special N. With I thought you said forces with the double line on the end, the little line on above the N. Only nonces get their devices taken. No, that's not the case, is it at all? And yeah, it would be for Kaylee, absolutely, compared to this fucking prison that we have been abandoned to, temporary, in our life. And it's great because we can empathise with the victims of various other cults and gaslighting and psychological abuse, like Satanism or Islamism or Judaism, or abuse, or even just cultural Britain fakeryism. Well, I don't need to read them all, but yeah. So no, I was not agreeing that I understood anything bullshit that you were asserting. Oh, you can't stand it that I called the hoax out, can you? We can't stand it that you called a child abuse case a hoax. Exactly. That is what I will not stand for. Anyway, I'll carry on.
Let's see. I don't know. Fucking know it's here somewhere. No, it's here somewhere.
I think I'm going to put that comment up. It goes without saying, I do not need to comment. I do not need to commentate on this bullshit. It's just clutching. This is just the clutching of all clutching. The capital letters. It's just the intention. Your meticulous clutching. I think you're probably the most meticulous clutcher out of everybody. But then you go on camera and look like a total paedophile. So you shit on any meticulous work that you put in anywhere else by just going on cameras looking like paedophile, looking like a paedophile. And then backing up people like Daz Nonscam. It comes on and just says, blah, 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 flapping, 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 begging, 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 block, block, block. I'm not a paedophile, I'm not Darren Williams. Blah, 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 blah.
Right, oh yeah, is this it? Let's have a look. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. I'll have to have a look later. I know it's there somewhere. I know there's some fucking story with her background or whatever, and it was in the paper. So, yeah. I'll find it, don't worry. But yeah, weirdo, then terrible.
Still, just the effort I just don't, the denial, I just don't get how you think things are going to change. Like, when you just, why bother typing it? Why be? I mean, are you threatened by your surroundings? Has somebody threatened you that you just have to be here? You know that I can't believe that you believe this is it's any value. You type in these words. See, look at this. Okay, so sad. Kind heart gone. So this was you were. This is you pretending that you were being kind-hearted before. It is absolutely unreal. It's literally so fake. It is the definition of not real. You are unbelievable. You're literally unbelievable. Not in a shocking like, wow, that was nearly unbelievable. I mean, it was so shocking, but it's actually real. It's just unbelievable. Non-believable. Uncredible. Non-credible. Bullshit. It's just... And... yeah, it's ending, thankfully. Very, very comfortable with where we're at. And just these last little the capital letters not, just to make sure I saw it. It's just... when no one was talking about anyone's looks, why did you bring that into it? Why did you thought this was going to be like a last ditch attempt? We're gonna have to just get him on his looks now. He doesn't seem to be caring about the eyes. He's fine. He's comfortable with his eye that has a plastic lens in after a cataract operation from being born with cataract. I believe there's some divine reason why I was given that to make me have certain spiritual insights, and the left represents a lot. If you look into Eastern medicine and Ayurvedic, Shiatsu from Japan, Body Speaks the Mind, there's an American author, Deborah Shapiro, The Body Speaks the Mind. It's really profound what different parts of the body represent, and what information about ourself and our emotions, the body-mind connection, the emotion-mind connection, as to what. And I don't need to go into that particularly, but it's just very interesting. So I'm very comfortable with why my left eye has its own struggles at times and has suffered a disability. But yeah, even if I was, whatever you want to say about someone's looks, it's just, I like to just really relate to people that have got any deformities or non-perfections of like manifestations into the physical, should we say. It's just it's a beautiful, humbling way to, because we're in this physical plane. There's just so much. We're going to dive into, me and Kaylee, all of our team, and everybody, we're going to dive into so much about how this physical realm is an experience, like to help each other elevate and live the best abundance. It's all about abundance from potentially nothing, out of what the quote unquote God, what the universe, what the earth, Mother Earth, Father Spirit, you know, but there is this consciousness, there is an intelligence, there is a universal intelligence, there is a law. Love is the law. Yeah, see, they're just continuing, they're just cracking on. You just keep and keep and keep and keep. And yeah, there is a divine law, there's a structure to the universe, a blueprint, an underlying law. It's like a vibration of truth and equality, and that is all based in selflessness. As long as we act for the good of others along with ourselves, because that is how it works out. But obviously we have to make sure that we're in a strong position to be able to help others. That's obviously the classic well-known saying, though that just needs to be put into context of what is people's intentions, motives, all this selfishness and stuff, and it's going to be addressed. It's been addressed. This is what this picture represents, is all the selfish people that are just being selfish and not caring, not putting themselves, not putting others first, and then covering up abuse, partaking in abuse for their own kicks or their own self-entertainment, glorification, attention seeking, crowd pleasing. He said he had a great time. He had a nervous breakdown. Nah, gee, you are the most shittiest clutcher of all the fucking clutchers on here. I mean, no, sorry, that's ridiculous. You're all really shit. But yours are just like so, I don't know, it's like you just got no even, nah, you're all just very individual in your own shitty clutchingnesses. But they're all very unique. But Wallace's stick out to me as the most brazen, trying to gaslight like in a really stupid way, whereas Lyndon's are just brazen gaslighting in this kind of like attempted meticulous way. Danny West is just obscene and grotesque. Pip Smoker is even further grotesque and obscene. AJ is like a mixture of all of them. Like, it's got the terrible spelling, like just the obscenities, attempted meticulous, like involvement in people's personal lives, like getting all the details, like really trying to find out anything they could pick in and change and clip and what's the word when you hassle, get involved with. Meddle might be another word for it, but just meddle. When you meddle, he's the meddler. AJ's a real meddler, isn't he? Lyndon's a real meddler. But anyways, on that note, actually, I'll probably send Rupert the link. I'll just carry on playing this.
Look good. Do you know what I mean? She's been at the Tommy demo as like.
I usually, to be fair, when people come to me with stuff, I usually just ask the person. So I'm sure the next time she's live, I'll just fucking ask her or anything.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tag you in them videos, and then you've got their long words. Do you know what I mean? You can see what you're saying from there or whatever. But
yeah, definitely, Amy. What Den wants you to do is stop talking to me. Den won't be satisfied until he stops everybody talking to me. And do you know the reason why? He came and showed me the reason why earlier. One, it's jealousy, and two, it's because I dared to say I think he's got a Muslim wife. Right? See that? I'll show you the comment that proves that that's what it's about. Look, hold on, let's find it. There you go. Muslim wife, don't forget, low. Yeah? Because he can't take a bit of sarcasm. Yeah? But I reckon he looks fucking Muslim ass. Yeah? You know? Thank you, bleeding. Yeah? Yeah, and you're the one, you're sitting here making out that you're sticking up for women, then, by the way. You're the one that abuses women. It's always women that you go after. Look what you did to Kaylee as well. Whether I approve of Kaylee's behaviour or not. You went after Kaylee. You tried to use her to fucking ingratiate yourself with other people. Going, look what I've done. I've got a lefty to turn right. I've got a lefty to turn right. When you didn't get a lefty to turn right. She's still left leaning, right? But you sent her fucking mental by rejecting her when she needed you the most. You know, and yeah, he did say he goes to a mosque every Friday, wake up, you pay. And that's the reason why I went. I wouldn't be surprised if he's got a Muslim wife. I reckon he's got a Muslim wife. And that made him cry. Cry, baby dead. Cry, baby dead. Can't take words. Can't take words. Gonna get bitter like the shooter. Gonna get bitter like the shooter. Gonna turn everyone against you. You're a fucking tart, Sten.
For me, it is what it is. It's quite clear to see whatever the turn of events and how people have ended up sat where they've been sat now. But,
I think years ago I used to care like a bit more about people on here. Now I'm just at a point where I couldn't give a fuck. Like no one on here. I don't give a fuck about anyone on here. So I just decide just to be friendly with anyone who's friendly with me now because I can't be asked.
Exactly, Amy. It's not worth it because most of the people on here are pretentious anyway. When you find out their real lives, you get people on here that come on and go, you fat, ugly cunt, this, that, and the other. And then their camera comes on and they've got a comb over. Or they've got yellow teeth. Or they talk like they're disabled. Their faces all squashed in. And they walk around with dogs and fucking bother boots that fucking make them look simple because the trousers fucking cut off at the ankles. You know, or they sit there with fucking, I don't know, bowls of food stuffed in their face. Big fat ugly fuckers themselves. Twice the size of you. It's amazing. Or they turn the camera on, they've got no teeth. Absolutely no teeth. Sitting here talking about women's looks. It's unbelievable. And you get these people who go on as if they're fucking really rich. It turns out when the camera accidentally goes on, then the fucking house is a shithole. It's mental.
Yeah, into the whole trolling shit anymore.
It's a lot easier, isn't it, Amy?
Yeah, I can't be bothered. I don't have time for it. I've got enough shit in my real life.
We have got a long line of people to come to this way of thinking.
This place is pointless. It's either right and left beefing each other, or it's Jupiter beefing fucking usually the whole of YouTube.
Right, it's all right and left political thing.
Or it's the same arguments from like lockdown that we're still having now from things that happened back then.
Not even that, right? People need to think very carefully, right? By putting people into right and left categories to get you all divided. The country's always going to be divided and they'll never get a consensus. There'll never be an agreement on anything. Ever.
I think in the delusion, to be honest, a lot of left have come to the right or the centre now, aren't they?
Yeah. But there's no such thing. There is no such thing. There is good and evil.
Yeah,
there's left and right. There's left and right.
So what? There's a lot of Africans that's gone over to the right. I tell you.
Without left and right, there's still going to be division because, like, say, even with the Charlie Kirk, there's division on that. There's like
because what they've done is they've called good and evil left and right. Think about it like this: certain policies are inherently evil.
We'll have a few Stellas, go home, beat your wife.
Exactly, and if we want to really recognise English culture, we've got to recognise it in all its forms.
Yeah,
good and bad and fucking ugly.
There's nothing major in Tommy's criminal history or whatever. There's nothing where you'd be like, oh, I'm not supporting this person because they've done X, Y, or Z. There's nothing bad like that.
Do you know? One of the biggest powers the fucking monarchy has here is to absolve people's criminal convictions.
Hold on, let's go back here. What's he saying about Tommy?
Yeah, but you probably think the 80% is the Tommy Robinson supporters.
No.
Okay,
Tommy. Yeah, Tommy Robinson can change his name. Anything he can do about people. Yeah, and everybody still goes.
Wait, is he a convicted stalker?
Tommy?
Yeah.
No.
Listen, I don't think he'd be able to get as popular with the public if he was.
You'd be fucking surprised, Sean. Have you not seen some of the politicians?
Yeah, that's the politicians.
Yeah.
Oh, they're high up.
I think Tommy's been done for a minor, really. Like lying on a form for a mortgage or whatever they call that fraud. Technically it is, but no money had been lost or whatever.
Exactly, because it's just a promise to fucking pay.
Yeah, it's just fraud. I don't care about fraud, to be honest. I think it's big companies.
Fucking then forget. So it was only about 2 weeks ago that he was arguing on fucking Taffy's channel, screaming and shouting that Tommy Robinson didn't back the Shield because he was scared of losing followers. Now all of a sudden Denzel up Tommy's ass again. He ain't serious. He's a troll.
Anyways,
a bit of violence, free football, hooligan stuff and whatever, which is
typical English boy. Carry on.
Yeah, but that is the English culture, though. That's what we had back in the 90s.
There's nothing
We'll have a few Stellas, go home, beat your wife.
Exactly, and if we want to really recognise English culture, we've got to recognise it in all its forms.
Yeah,
good and bad and fucking ugly.
There's nothing major in Tommy's.
Right, and then sits there and lets them slag off all Englishmen. Not all Englishmen, but beat their wives, Amy. I don't believe that for 1 second. I don't believe that all people that drink go home and beat their wives. I don't believe that for 1 second. I think that's a stereotypical thing that they did to footballers, and I don't think that's true either.
Criminal history or whatever. There's nothing where you'd be like, oh, I'm not supporting this person because they've done X, Y, or Z. There's nothing bad like that.
Do you know? One of the biggest powers the fucking monarchy has here is to absolve people's criminal convictions.
It's a bit hypocritical though if he went to another country on a fake passport to then diss people that come here on.
Yeah, if he was going to live there and claim benefits and all that sort of thing.
He couldn't get in.
He was just going to give a speech, wasn't he?
It's our fault that we let them in here, really, isn't it?
But it's not our fault.
America just said, fuck it, you can't come in.
Listen, it's not the citizens' fault. Do not take the blame of the government upon the citizens' shoulders. It is the government that is responsible.
I mean, there's
Government ever.
there is a bit difference of like coming here illegally and then all they're doing is when they come here is getting things in it, free shit, free houses, free money, free this, free that. Tommy was obviously going to give a speech and then come back with it.
Listen, this whole illegal legal movement
But then he gains money from his speeches and stuff, so actually he is gaining from doing that.
Yeah, but he could do that from here, can't he?
But he didn't. He chose to go on a fake passport to another country.
Yeah, but that's to wake up somewhere else. And that's what I mean. He's kind of he's
Yeah,
not
but then
just
all
woke
of
up
these
this
things work for
country, is
immigrants, illegal immigrants too. They all of them things you just said are exactly the same.
Different intentions, I guess.
Yeah, they make money. Somebody makes money from doing that. To wake up somewhere else, same difference. And what was the other thing you said?
Like football violence.
Oh no, it was somewhere else, but don't worry, I can't remember.
So I got a question to ask you. What's the difference between illegal and getting here legally and illegally? What's the difference?
They're only illegal until actually they're not even illegal once they're in the hotels. That's what's funny. They're actually legal then because
Exactly.
that's the law.
Exactly. They're only illegal because they didn't get on a fucking plane and didn't have a passport.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're only illegal up until the point that the government say, yeah, you can go into this hotel. They're not illegal then. So everyone's saying they're illegal immigrants. They're not. The government allow them to be here, so they're legal.
They're technically following the law.
Even the ones without documents,
But
they are.
They agreed to it back in the
What's
day.
this, father? What's that? No,
Oh, I can't even bother listening to all this right now. It's got to the stupid point again. Right. We all know that when Theresa May went over and signed the fucking treaty, right, that the economic migrants are not allowed to come here. They can be sent back. But asylum seekers are not allowed to be refused at the point that they claim asylum. So what economic migrants do is they get in a fucking dinghy and throw away all their paperwork. And then when they get, they might even throw it before they get on the dinghy. But they get rid of all their paperwork. They come across on the dinghy and then they claim asylum. And they know they can't be refused because they've claimed asylum. Then when they get here, because they've claimed asylum, they get processed, at which point they're deemed legal, not fucking UK citizens, but legal asylum seekers while they're looked into. But that still doesn't make them fucking, it makes them legal to get assistance. It doesn't make them legal within the system to vote or to be a full citizen because they haven't been checked out. And then when they get checked out, a lot of them don't get in. But unfortunately, more and more are getting in, even if they aren't fucking asylum seekers, even if they are just economic migrants, because they're fast tracking all these bastards because there's an agenda. Simple as. Tired of it. But I don't need to sit here and listen to them fuck everything up. Because in a debate, you'd lose against Amy, believe it or not. I can't be bothered to sit here and listen to all of them arguing about all of that. I'm only interested in the bullshit that he's been spreading about me. And by the way, then, you can fucking put out whatever you like about me saying, oh, I trust that Roy will fucking deal with fucking DJE. I couldn't give a shit. Yeah? Nobody's going to come for me, right? Because I do trust AY and I do trust Roy and I pick them up every day. They're better men than you could ever be, Den. Yeah? Just because you back up DJE, that ain't my problem. Ain't my problem. You need to grow up. It's madness the lengths you're going to try to discredit someone out of jealousy.
Not sure if that's actually. I think there may be some more underlying issues, Michaela, as to he's got issues with you and your behaviour. He may be way off the mark as to what's going on. Yes, but I think you're just keeping your delusion going there. I imagine this pip clutcher is regarding my description of the plastic willies, the brown, gold and white for the one that Ricky Dearman owns, uses majority is by the testimony. Obviously there could be other factors to this because these children are drugged, they're forced to drink alcohol, they're injected sedation if they are cry too much. It's horrific stuff, people. I understand whatever level you're involved in it, you know how fucked you are, so it's understandable that you're just going to keep trying for the time being but it's also very sensible to stop and get out of it as soon as possible, so I'll keep reminding you of that. But why all of a sudden did you just come up with this comment all that time later? Like why did you mention that then? What made you what quote unquote inspired you? What triggered you to what drove you to to write this. He's just trying to. You don't think this is just blatant what you're trying to do? Just don't get where you think you get in. It's just so clutching. It's just really, really. One like Hayley. You like Hayley. No. More like, how desperate are you nonsense? Oh, it reminds me to check Hayley's posts. She shared a stream that she listened to some of. Oh, what is this? Was it this one? I think you might have shared this stream, wasn't it? I need to go catch up on your posts. Ah, oh, nice squash. Oh, I haven't had squash in so long. It's lush. Oh, I'm gonna get butternut squash. I'm gonna get butternut squash soon. Oh, you just reminded me. I've got baby potatoes in the cupboard that I don't use for anything other than keeping potatoes in, and my coconut oil, which I don't use with the potatoes generally, unless I'm really treating myself. I actually only use it for my homemade mouthwash toothpaste. With bicarb and sea salt, but yeah, I do cook with it sometimes. Coconut oil is it's lovely with well, no, actually I have it just raw with stuff sometimes. I'm just mix it in with food after, because coconut oil burns at a low temperature, so I just put it in for flavour and the creaminess, something, but so rarely. But I'll because I'm just in front of a computer a lot, doing computer work. When I was on sites and doing different manual labouring jobs and doing stuff, helping do like manual stuff, different people's houses, seeing friends, seeing family, I was always so active, always so fit, and just constantly. I could eat anything really. I could eat chips. I could eat heavy oily foods, curries with oil in. Vegan curries, vegan rice from the Chinese takeaway, pineapple fried rice. Well, actually, I did get. That's when I was putting on weight, actually. But yeah, that was after the hospital and the forced medication, Lyndon Warden, that you try and mentally destroy me with. You don't think that's going to look bad? That I'm actually getting therapy regarding the trauma I suffered due to a false imprisonment, a false sectioning, and false forced medication. I'm now receiving post-traumatic stress support for the fraud abuse perpetrated on me by paedophiles and lies, and you're coming into my chat putting pictures of injections, and not only just an injection, as if that wasn't bad enough, but a cigarette next to it. Very ambiguous. Cigarettes are often used to abuse children with, actually, sadly. It's a sick reality. And also, just, I guess you're just suggesting it's like, I don't know, I gather it's some sort of like, you makes you feel relaxed, that you think it's like, I get the impression that you're saying the cigarette means you're relaxed, and you're relaxed because I'm going to get injected and what's the word? Not decapitated, capacitated, incapacitated. That's it. Decapacitated, both maybe. It's just so blatant, like, that your intentions, and you just think that it's just going to stay in this little enclosed. You can just destroy us, like it's just going to work, and you should not be a mental cunt, Jake. They would not need to give you liquid. Gosh, no, they didn't need to. That's the reason why they're now amending this whole situation and working to rectify the problem. Why is it Wallace the law with all these freaks were and are always wrong? Why is it Wallace the law with all these freaks were? I don't think that all makes sense, Danny. And then we've got the other Danny that everyone, all these fucking nonce protectors call you a Danny. Oh, have you seen Danny Joe? Oh, actually, that's a good one. You just reminded me. Let's take a little break in proceedings. We'll just carry on playing that for a second.
Yeah? And you can't take the L for getting things wrong. How many more things do I have to do to prove you're wrong, then? You absolute weirdo. So, that's the end of my stream. Oh my God, it's 4:12 in the morning. Look at that. Would you believe it? That early in the morning. What else would anyone like me to talk about before I go? Rather than waste the stream talking about Dent Terrigan, but he little cunt. I wouldn't mind it. He looks like a rat, doesn't he?
You fucking, the hypocrisy and the irony is off the scale. I'm not going to talk about your looks or anything to do with your, other than just your actions. Michaela, you filthy, disgusting monster. We would like, if we're going to talk about anything, admit to your lies.
It's a whole different.
And here, on behalf of Danny Jones,
there is a.
Yep, I wasn't muted. On behalf of Danny Jones, not hoax. Nothing to do with a hoax. This person is exposing you cunts. It's all... Oh, shit, I haven't got my screen sharing. Here we are. Here we are. Danny Jones. Danny Jones. Not the hoax Jones. This is the Danny Jones. The other one. The one who's got a big platform. And this particular podcast that he's put out is about the #1 darkest ritual the global satanic cult performs, with Ian Carroll. 1.4 million views from a year ago. Found this one recently. Fam.
Global satanic religion that does operate aspects of cults around the world. Whether you think that like Hillary Clinton is literally in it or not is a whole different like level of conspiracy. But like
a global satanic religion?
Oh yeah, dude. Have you gone down the satanic ritual abuse rabbit hole? It is so dark. So what I'm referring to specifically are survivors giving survivor testimony on video, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. Like not like one guy came forward and said this, like there are whole support networks for these people. Like there are psychologists that specialize in satanic SRA victims, satanic ritual abuse. And because you have to like treat them in a whole different way than a regular abuse victim, because the level of depravity and disgusting, like literal torture of children, like literal, so, your episode is so screwed now. But there's one in particular that this guy was on the Alondra Markman podcast, and I wish I could remember his name, and we don't even want to pull it up.
And the episode wasn't screwed. This is just where people's this is where he has to just account for people's coping mechanisms with such topics. You know, it is in sense. Oh, just while we've got 414 watching the UK column, let's just see what they're talking about as well. Oh, bloody, what are we doing?
Not is a whole different like level of conspiracy, but like
a global
buttons.
And human-driven AI integration and education, ensuring technology serves as a
satanic religion?
Oh yeah, dude. Have you gone down the satanic ritual abuse rabbit hole? It is so dark. So what I'm referring to specifically are survivors giving survivor testimony on video, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. Like not like one guy came forward and said this, like there are whole support networks for these people. Like there are psychologists that specialize in SRA victims, satanic ritual abuse. And because you have to like treat them in a whole different way than a regular abuse victim, because the level of depravity and disgusting, like literal torture of children, like literal, so, your episode is so screwed now. But there's one in particular that this guy was on the Alondra Markman podcast, and I wish I could remember his name, and we don't even want to pull it up because it's so dark. And everyone should, watch it for themselves and judge it for themselves in terms of whether you think he's telling the truth or not. But personally, it's like you can look into his life, and this guy, like his whole life is based around him recovering from this story of his childhood and abuse, and it looks pretty looks far more likely that he's telling mostly the truth than entirely lies to me. And what he alleges in this interview that aired like a year ago or so, a little less, on Alondra Markman's podcast, is that he was born into a satanic family, of which there are many around the world, and that he was groomed from an early age to essentially be a Jeffrey Epstein type of character in a global satanic cult that is not all satanic, but the Satanists are a part of this sort of bigger network of crime and everything. And he alleges that he was...
I'm curious how they define themselves, Satanists. Like, what is the definition of a Satanist to them?
My understanding is that some of them, based on what he said, is that some of them are literally worshiping Satan, and some of them are practicing these things in this cult format and structure. And when I tell you what he's alleging, you'll realize that are so like in the same way that like some Jews are really practicing Jewish people, and some Jewish people are. And I don't mean to say, I'm not trying to make that connection. I'm just saying that we were just talking about Jews. Some people are more practicing of a religion than others, but you might still go to church, and you might still, you might identify as Christian, but you're not as Christian as the next guy. But he alleges that he was groomed from an early age, tortured every day as a child, like abused every day as a child, to be groomed to have multiple personalities. And then by the time he was like a preteen, he was engaging in child death matches where he would be put in a cage and he would fight to the death with another child in like downtown New York in underground like parties that rich people and businessmen would attend. And then that and it sounds so insane, but when you watch it, it's like hard. And it's not like he's the only one that has claimed this. He's just one that put it all in a particularly, like, lots of people have lots of claims about this kind of shit. And he also claims that then after that, he was being groomed to be an actor, and he froze up in his acting interview. And so he got shifted from the acting pathway, because these guys, like, there's a fuckload of money in this community, allegedly, as in, it's tied into all of the global sex trafficking networks. Because how do you think that global trafficking sort of gets all the handlers and gets all of the sort of like operatives that run it? Is you need people that were abused in order to run these things, because you need to be that kind of broken, like you need to be groomed to be able to run this without breaking it all.
Is this all like tied into like the Franklin scandal?
Similar, yeah. So he claims he met Jeffrey Epstein on 2 occasions. He claims that he was being groomed to essentially be a handler similar to Jeffrey Epstein. And he had a really lucid description that Jeffrey Epstein was an insanely good code switcher, is what made Jeffrey unique, that he could be completely normal businessman, like banker guy right now, and then like literally turn the other way and be an absolute dislike.
His 2 children, aged 8 and 9, were forced to invent the allegations by their mother and her new boyfriend. Videos of the children making the false claims were
so far-fetched, that you may be connected to the BBC. Lol. Really funny, hey Danny West. So what, just the chances that you might be actually connected to that, under that name, connected to the BBC, and all the other aspects regarding where has Danny West gone? Why did Danny West not go? Where's Danny West doing this? Why is he not doing this anymore? Well, because maybe the same character, the same worker for the BBC is actually a bit caught up. Maybe his time's a little bit caught up now. Hey?
put online and have been viewed millions of times. The allegations of abuse emerged during a long-running family court case in which Ricky, the father, was trying to arrange contact with his children. Family court proceedings, as you know, are normally confidential, but in this case, the judge took the unusual decision to make her judgment public. In it, she exonerated.
And it wasn't a real judgment, it was a fraud, it's taken through the wrong court, it was total cover-up, all proven, and obviously we all know this. And the volume is a little bit quieter on here, and the stream might go down due to it being BBC, but this it is blurry, and this video has been up on here for 10 years now, so doesn't seem to be a problem. So we're going to go ahead, and we would anyway. I could just play it straight from the BBC and give that a go. And there's other clips. There's other clips as well.
Be involved, stating that the abuse claims were baseless and that those who sought to perpetuate them were evil and or foolish. She described the treatment of the children by their mother and her partner as torture. The judge is also aware that Ricky is speaking to us. In this exclusive interview, the 45-year-old father reveals for the first time that he's still receiving death threats from people who continue to believe the claims. We're not using Ricky's surname in order to protect his children. And some of what he describes is harrowing and graphic, but gives an insight into what he was accused of. He explained when he first heard about the claims being made against him.
It was 2014, September, and I can't remember how, but I found out that the police were looking for me. It might have been social services got in touch with me and said that you need to go to the police station and the children have been taken away from your mom. And I'm saying, why? Why they've been taken away from the mom? What's going on? And they won't tell me anything. And I was kind of freaking out a little bit.
And what did the police say to you that you'd been accused of?
They said, I'm okay with what they said. It's more that it had come from my children. They'd said that I'm the leader of a satanic sex cult paedophile ring, and there's 100+ involvement in this, including CAS, the police, social services, the school, and I'm the leader of this. And I mean, I'm sat across, and they're recording this, and I'm sat across from the table from the police officer asking the questions, and I don't know how to answer that to...
Well, what was your reaction? I mean, did
well,
you...
It's difficult to have a reaction because I was kind of okay because it's just ludicrous.
Yes.
It was the fact that my children had said this.
Mm. And what else had they apparently told the police that you'd done?
They said that my children, my two children, 8 and 9,
Okay. Hey, it's okay. It's okay.
they said that I'd sexually abused them. And I was selling them to people. My kids are wonderful. And I've been selling them in this satanic cult thing, not just, they said by myself, but by, they named 60, 70, 80 people. And they said that we're killing babies. I mean, I was shipping them in, and we was cooking. They were showing with their hand movements how I would get their hand on the knives, and we would cut the baby's neck, drain the blood, and then drink the blood. And I mean, it's just horrific upon horrific detail.
Was it abroad, you think, where your ex-partner and her new boyfriend filmed your children making these allegations, which were then uploaded onto the internet?
Yeah. What they did, they beat my kids. They called licks, where you get a spoon and you hit the kid. I said a kid. It was in this instance, it was my two children. And her boyfriend had punched my son in the ear, and they were told to recount these allegations of what I'd done, or supposed to have done, as well as all these other people. And when they wouldn't, they said, no, Papa, he didn't do this. And they said, yes, he did, you stupid little to my daughter. And it's sick.
Those clips of your children making those allegations, some people watching us now will have clicked on them.
I don't very much so. One video in the first 10 days, nearly 300,000 views. One video. There's now hundreds of them all over.
According to the judge involved in this case, they may have been viewed about 4 million times around the world.
Yeah.
As a result of the spread of these clips on the internet, people sharing them, what sort of abuse did you receive?
Death threats. Today, yesterday, still, comments on, pedo, whatever. I understand, I get it.
I want to talk about the recent judgment that was made in your case in the family courts, and the judge very unusually decided to make her judgment public.
Yes.
Mrs. Justice Porfley said in her judgment, "I'm able to state with complete conviction that none of the allegations are true. The claims are baseless. Those who've sought to perpetuate them are evil and or foolish."
But there was nothing inside me going, oh, great, yes, great, thank God I'm not going to be done. None of that, nothing. It was not empty, but it couldn't be anything else. Mm-hmm. It couldn't be anything else. And my thought was, okay, excuse me, my next thought was, okay, let's, Ricky, you've got to go and start to take things forward, getting to see your children more, and basically to eventually be the carer of my children.
The judge said that your children had been forced to concoct accounts of horrific events by their mother and her partner, and that their stories came about as a result, the judge said, of relentless emotional and psychological pressure and significant physical abuse. And that included hitting, punching, pinching, pushing and pouring water on them as they were kneeling down, half dressed. And she used the word torture.
She did.
Can you imagine what your children have been through?
They're 8 and 9. These guys are, to me, superheroes, these kids. I tell them when I see them. We're talking about their heads mixed up, messed up. Just sick. Who? Their mom. I feel really sad for.
Do you really?
I really do.
After what she's put your children and you through?
Because there's two.
With your dad?
My dad, yeah.
Okay, and then,
But I don't like the chicken, I hate it. The
okay,
taste.
okay. So, when did it change and you stopped seeing your dad on Saturdays?
When I told my mum about my dad left me on, my dad left me and my sister on a tall fence ourselves, and he went to McDonald's. I was really drunk of him. And my dad also gives us alcohol.
Right, okay.
And we're not allowed alcohol.
No?
No.
What does it taste like?
And he also gives us red wine, and it tastes like really sour, then it tastes sweet, like kind of sweet, and then it's bitter like that. And when you taste wine, it tastes like different.
Okay.
The taste changes. First it's sour, then it gets bitter, gets sour, then like that. Changes
Okay.
taste.
So, when you're on...
And he also gives us some white powders to sniff.
Okay.
Yeah, like.
Okay. There's lots of things you said there.
And my
so-
dad also does cigarettes.
Okay. There's lots of things you said there.
Yes, and he forces me.
So it was never mentioned in this interview on the BBC, Danny West, regarding the allegations of him being forced to take white powder that were never retracted. So you're saying they told the truth, Lyndon Warden. So why did the IPCC uphold that the forced non-complete retractions appeared to be led by the officer and were also unsubstantial compared to the correlating allegations? They were non-complete. They were incomplete by no stretch of the imagination. Were they retractions of any number? It was like, I'd say less than 1% of the amount of allegations made were partially retracted. There were slight retractions. The retractions are the truth, straight. You just don't want it to be truth, do you? Sick fuck. Oh, clicked on the wrong one. I'm responding to your comment you done, my obsessed P Day. That's good as well, though. But I was just going for this one. And just this emphasis on the word truth. Because this is what you do, isn't it? Just to invert the truth and barefaced lie. Yeah, Lyndon, I honestly still feel like sorry for you. Obviously, I feel sorry for anyone who's in the torment of having to trace and track and hound and try and destroy people of good intention. What is that doing to your soul, your body, your conscience, your overall life experience is just a fucking farce. It's just the epitome of a farce and totally pathetic. And yeah, even in this case, they would have to be there would have to be reasons as to why the retractions took place. Exactly. And I mean, it just goes without saying, like, as if children can't be intimidated into retractions, and then it'd have to raise the question as to why they made the allegations, and that was actually addressed in the so-called retractions, is that Elisa was touching Gabriel sexually, and this was accepted in the retraction, Lyndon, that that Abraham did actually notice. Elisa says that Abraham did notice them touching sexually, and the reason is because Laura Herlock's daughter, I was going to say Sophie Herlock, or Laura Herlock, the mother, her daughter said that he would give Elisa a bag of sweets if she touched Gabriel sexually forever. And she also showed Elisa, this was in the so-called retractions that you love so much, quote unquote love, you pervertedly use, and this reason why she even knew to come up with the idea that anal sex and plastic willies, they're just beyond insubstantial. There's no thread of like consistency through any of it. That they the reason why she knew to even come up with the idea, because Abraham, quote unquote, in this false retraction, was this intimidation, abuse, horrific further abuse on top of the other abuse, was forced to say this, bless her, that Abraham was accusing them, and the reason why she mentioned anal sex again, Wallace, is because she was showing it on an iPad at school. So why even this kid has got an iPad at school, if she ever did. But she showed plastic willies and anal sex, and this is why Elisa knew about it, Lyndon. If you're still here, 2 people have stopped watching, so they may have just stopped listening to me. I mean, the numbers are a little bit non-accurate with things anyway, so it's not the easiest one to go by. But you just know you're fucked, Lyndon. You know that the truth stands and what it is, and your farce is your farce, and it's actually just helpful that you're even carrying on in this. If you're gonna be such a prick, such a faggot prick, nasty little fucking horrible abuser, then you might as well be here doing it, and it helps us. It stimulates me. Oh, Danny West, Jake said stimulates. It stimulates me to what's the word? To emphasize certain points and to reiterate or iterate, depending on if someone's heard it before, these points. So where are we at? So yeah, so why did this child, why was it not brought into question? So Abraham didn't actually coach the children to say anything. They made it up due to, well, according to these fake retractions, they made it up due to a child at 8 years old having an iPad at school with plastic willies and anal sex on, and saying to the girl that I'll give you a big bag of sweets tomorrow if you touch your brother sexually forever. You see what we're dealing with, people? And you see why we're a bit frustrated with the public as well. And especially people who go online and say that people like me only supported the case because we fancied the mother, and that the children were basically lying. Basically, is 100% is I mean, that's where he's at still. Esau could actually publicly say he's sorry for saying that the children were weird. That's the only thing I've really heard him actively cover it up. But he said these children are weird, and yeah, it's disturbing, definitely. But yeah, Izzy's really gone out the way. She made an effort to play these MK Ultra 666 videos, which is either individually Lyndon or AJ, or one of them that they are in the gang with, the paedophile ring gang, because both of those are in the video. They're Lyndon actually on video because he just loves it too much, and AJ actually with the avatar in this abuse video of silencing people standing up and speaking out for children. And it was all just a weak attempt at intimidation because, quote unquote, God, whatever you want to call it, come in, and people realise that actually when you see beyond the superficial, the techniques, the modus operandi of evil and fear-based, trauma-based control. Obviously, as a child, when someone faces that as a child and they're conditioned into it, totally understanding someone's going to fall for that, and not even fall for it, but be totally psychologically destroyed by it. But no, it doesn't work when people find other avenues of information and external penetration. Oh, Jake said penetration. Penetration of your cults, penetration of your criminal network. And we have excavated enough evidence now. We've collated enough evidence. Oh shit, I know, Rebecca. I really went out her way to suck them off. Really played into their hands, didn't she? Yes, we fully penetrated your seedy network, didn't we, Wallace? We debilitated you. We've just about eradicated you. Chop, chop, chop. Dust off my fingers. Dust off the hands. Go and get in the sea. Go and lay on the sands. Leave a little rhyme there at the end there. Right, oh, and Clyde's here. Extremely funny listening to Jake. He actually thinks he knows what he's talking about. See, this is another... He's got a very unique style of gaslighting as well. As you know, he kind of goes for the intelligent, you know, the formulated sentence approach, like even less clutchy presents less clutchy than Lyndon. Lyndon always goes for the capital letters. Clyde definitely goes for the capital letters sometimes, don't you? When you're a bit more angry. Wallace is just an absolute farce, just the most shittest ever attempt at ever gaslighting ever, pretending to be an old woman, and even if you are pretending not to be a paedophile old woman. Danny West is just so lost and deranged and obscene. Yeah, Pip seems to have gone off and done his own thing for a few hours, maybe at least. And that's enough for me for now. I listened to the white powder, never addressed in the BBC interview, never addressed in the court case, never addressed, never even mentioned. Just don't mention the white powder. God bless you, Gabriel. God bless you, all the children that are trying to escape from this, and everyone, all the victims. Ricky Dearman, bless you. How did it? You know, such a horrible situation you got somehow drawn into. It's been going on a long time and it's going to end now. Thank you all for your support, your perseverance, your selfless acts of love and kindness and caring.
Me to smell the cigarettes. Okay. And it's really bad. I can have cancer from it.
Could do. How do you know that? How do you know you can get cancer from it?
Because my sister told me.
Okay.
What my Sophie from my sister's class. She's a really mean girl. She's really mean to me. She's really mean to my sister. And her grandma sat next to a lady. My grandma. Her grandma has a friend. And she was smoking right beside her.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she got cancer and she died. Her grandma.
Okay. So I just want to talk about those things you said, because you said lots of things. You said that it stopped because you were left on a wall outside McDonald's. Is that right?
And that's what I told my mum that, and that's why we stopped the contact.
You said it was drunk of him.
Yeah.
He gives you alcohol.
Yeah.
And he makes you sniff white stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. So what we do, first of all, he left you on a wall. What does that mean?
Like he left us on a tall wall, like a brick one.
So he
went on a car on his own to McDonald's.
And where was this wall?
Like it was up there, but McDonald's was far away. To Hampstead one. But do you know where Finchley Road is?
Yes.
And do you know where, how's it called? Do you know that warehouse? Like.
No, I'm not sure. But you're left on a wall. He's got to McDonald's.
Yes.
And then you've told your mum.
Yeah, and then we stopped the town contacts. But he was actually.
Sorry, I hate sort of stopping. It's just otherwise I lose track with what you're saying. I know it's rude of me, but it's just.
It's okay. It's okay.
So you're on the wall. He's gone away. You said it was really drunk of him.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
He was like, really stupid of him to do that.
Why did you say the phrase "really drunk of him"?
Why did he do that? Really strange.
So he wasn't drunk.
He was drunk. He is actually drunk.
How do you know that?
And he like walks. The way he talks, the way he walks. He walks like drunk, like that.
Oh, okay. And then you said he gives you alcohol.
Yeah.
And what alcohol does he give you?
Normal alcohol.
What's normal alcohol?
Like just normal one, like in a green. How's it called? Green bottle.
It's in a green bottle.
Yeah, and he makes us drunk.
And what colour is the alcohol?
White.
So it's white. So it's in a green bottle. It's white.
Yeah, but you also have red wine.
So white and red.
Wine is alcohol actually too.
Wine's alcohol as well. So the alcohol you have is white.
Yeah.
It's in a green bottle.
And I also had red one.
And
Red wine.
Okay, and how much of it do you have?
Quarter.
Quarter of what?
Like he puts it, gives us a cup, not from there, like this.
Okay, so it gives you a cup.
Yeah.
What sort of cup?
Like a glass.
So it gives you a glass, and how much of that glass do you have?
Like glass is like big, and we have the whole thing.
Okay.
Full. And he also gives us beer. Then beer is like orange, yellowy.
Okay. So what does this wine taste like? Tell me what the white one tastes like.
The white one tastes like really sour and disgusting. It's like bitter too.
And how much of it do you drink out the glass?
Like this, it's in it's full.
Yeah. So you
And
drink
it's like
it.
this, and it's like this, big.
So you drink it, and how does it make you feel?
After, I feel really drunk.
What does drunk feel like?
Like drunk, feel like this, like I'm like it feels like really like it feels like how's it called like this? Like it feels like drunk. It feels like I am really like it feels like really drunk like that.
Yeah. You keep saying drunk. What does drunk feel like? Tell me about what feelings you get in your head and things like that.
Crazy.
What do you mean crazy?
Like and it makes me say swear words. Like it makes me walk really bad.
Okay. So you feel like that.
Yeah.
And then.
And I also get headaches from it.
When do you get the headaches?
After I drink.
How long afterwards?
Like for I get the headache. Like I feel also dizzy.
Do you feel dizzy?
Yeah,
Headache? And
yeah.
how long after drinking it?
Like after drinking it, I feel like.
But how long after drinking it do you get a headache and feel dizzy?
How long?
Yeah,
is the headache?
So you've had this drink.
It's like really long headache. Then I tell him I got a headache. Then he gives me tablets.
Okay, so you drink it.
Yeah.
So you drink it. You say you feel like this. You feel drunk.
Yeah.
And then you say headaches and that. When do you get the headaches?
Right after it.
Right after it.
Yeah, like for 1 minute, then right after it. Yeah.
So drink it 1 minute, you get a headache, and then your dad gives you.
I tell him that, then he gives me a tablet.
Oh, okay. Okay, and it's red and it's white.
Yes.
Okay.
I hate alcohol.
And this was
Yeah.
And was this when you had the Saturday contact, or was this a different type of contact?
No, the Saturday one, we don't have different contacts.
But
Only
did that
Saturday
change? Did contact change
Yeah.
after the wall?
No, yeah, after the wall. I
So-
told my mum about it. Then
so
we
the
stopped having the
alcohol,
coke.
was it before or after the thing with the
But I
wall?
never told my mum about the alcohol. But now I
Okay.
told her about it.
So how old was you when this thing happened?
4 years old.
4.
And he also gives me coffee.
Okay, so you're 4 years old.
Yeah.
You had wine,
Yeah.
red or white,
Yeah.
and then it made you feel like that. And you said also he gave you white powder.
You to sniff.
Tell me about this. Like,
And it's like chemicals, and it like when I sniff it, like feels like I have things in my nose. Like feels like I got like stuff in my nose.
right, okay, so
And it makes me how's it called like how's it called cough like how's it called like how's it called like it just at you like that. It makes you feel like that. Like how's it called? Not coughing, like sneeze.
it makes you sneeze.
Yeah.
Okay. So this white powder, where did you get this white powder from?
Like you know, like a not a jug. No, I mean like a packet. Like a
Packet. Tell me what this packet looks like.
It's like seafood.
It's a seafood packet, and how
Yeah,
big is it?
he sips out on my hand.
Okay.
And then he tells me to sniff it
Okay. How big is this packet?
like that.
Okay, and how much of this white stuff's in that packet?
No, but he also has little mini packets.
So he's got a big packet like that.
Yeah, but he also gives us mini ones.
Okay, so
He
the mini
doesn't give
packet-
me to put it in my pocket, like he puts mini ones.
Right. So then he goes like that.
Yeah.
So what does the powder look like when he's poured it out?
White.
And
And he
how
tells
much
me-
of his hand is covered with powder?
No, this is how much my hand is, but his one is like this part.
Right.
Like this part.
So show me on my hand. If we just go, show me on my hand what shape it is, the powder.
It's like how's it called? Like mountain.
So it's gone like this. It's gone like
It's
this.
like mountain.
All in one pile as a mountain.
No, it's like this, like this, like this, like this, like this.
So there's all mountain like that.
Yeah, and
So
then
you've got a lot of
and then
mountain.
he tells me to sniff it like this. Look.
And go like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And then when you do that, you sneeze.
Yeah.
And how else does it make you feel?
Like it like makes me like poke my nose because it feels like I have stuff in my nose.
Okay. And what about your body? How does it make your body feel?
Relaxed.
Relax. And what about your head? What feelings do you get in your
I
head?
was like dizzy, like really dizzy, like. And yeah, it's like that, and it's also bad for you, really bad for you. That powder.
Is it? Why is it bad for you?
It's just like cigarettes. It's just
How
like
do you know that?
my dad. No, my mum told me
So your mum told you?
when I told her about the white stuff. No, I mean about the like white powder.
Okay. Alright. I think we've been talking for over an hour now. I think what we'll do, we'll give you a 5-minute break.
Yes.
Is that alright?
Yes.
So what you can do, you can go and have a little play for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And then we'll come back in. I'll ask you how you feel and if you feel okay.
Yeah.
Because I don't want you to speak too long. Do you need a cup of water or are you okay?
Water, yeah.
You like some water? Come on then, we'll go and get you some water.
Can you ask my mum for a sandwich?
Has she got any sandwiches?
Yes, she does.
I'll ask her. Because she's speaking to Matt at the moment, I'm not sure. One. Yep.
One there.
That's two. And the last.
Alright, this is I'm not. It's honestly, it's laughable. It's so pathetic that it's just such a blessing that the solicitors, quote unquote, illegally release this stuff to us. Thank you, the universe. So this is what we're dealing with, people. So of all the this recording, so not only did he just end and say we're going to go for a little break so you can have a play because it's too much, when this boy is so enthusiastic, so enthusiastically describing everything, he's not got a problem. Should have a responsible adult there, a supportive adult there, social worker or whatever. But that aside, so this is on the recording 15 minutes. 1500 hours, 54 minutes, 47 seconds. And then let's just see how long. And then they turn the lights off while still leaving the recording going. This is just how fucking flapping they were from day one. And there's an earlier recording I can show you where you can hear them in the background. They've come to Barnet. They're making an interview. They come to Barnet. They're making an interview. And I can't remember what else they say. Call the dad, get the dad, or something. But here, look how long, and then straight into the fucking retractions, Lyndon. Your famous retractions. Look how long. Look, 50 minutes. Let's just leave the camera on for 15 minutes, 15 whole minutes. 16. Oh, it's 16 minutes. Let's just turn the light off and leave the recording going. Like this is normal anywhere, isn't it? No, it's not. And then where's this 5 minutes that he's going to come back and continue the interview? Why were these allegations of alcohol and powder and the dad blowing smoke in his face? Where's the retractions, Lyndon? Where's your retractions, Lyndon? Oh, and let's just leave the camera on again for another 3 minutes after the fucking lights have gone out. Oh shit, we left the recording on. But let's not even cut it off the recording. We're so brazen that this is not going to go anywhere. These retractions are they're so confident with their retractions. And sadly, they did manage to dupe a lot of people for a lot of time. But it's over. So this is straight into retractions.
When is it when is it?
Like shit recording audio.
When is it midday?
I'm actually going to I meant to do that last night, wasn't I? I'm going to at least turn the volume up on them, but also I need to remove the background noise if that is possible, which I believe it is. I'm sure I can find a software now where you can get rid of that hiss. I know where one is. I don't know if it's still free like it was. There's coincidentally or ironically called Audacity. There's this called like audio, but Audacity. They've used this like it'll play on the words, and they've used the. It's a really cool software, and you could do loads of cool stuff with it. But I don't know if it still has that free sound. What do you call it? Background removing. But I'm going to try. Oh, Wallace. You are special. No, you can't. I think you've got a pretty good insight into it anyway. And this one previous, I've not read it yet. Now, if Ella hadn't tried to make a lot of money, her son wouldn't have been being interviewed by a police detective. What the fuck are you on about? What are you claiming? Are you actually Ricky Dearman? And you're upset about Ella's business ventures? Who else? It's going to be some stupid fucker from the school, aren't you? You're some stupid fucker from the school, aren't you, Wallace? That's making allegations about Ella's business ventures. You stupid fucked idiot. And I feel for you. You almost certainly had been brought into this as a child, or you've had something happen to you as a child. So why are you business ventures? That's what I'm questioning. Yeah, why do you put a question mark after it? You said this. If she hadn't tried making a lot of money, her son wouldn't have been being interviewed by the police detectives. So I was gathering that you were saying that the abuse carried on because Ella was distracted by business ventures, and that's what you're blaming. No, that's not what I was even getting at. That's obviously now, in hindsight, I see what you were trying to imply, because you're a stupid, fucked paedophile. But also, you may have just ended up into this through generational incest, and I do not want to be so harsh, but you are now intentionally, you are clearly of an self-autonomy. You can just stop what you're doing. Why didn't she have custody of her older son? I don't think it was a custody issue. I don't know anything about her older son's custody issue. I'm not in a position to answer that, but it's irrelevant. Why are you asking? Why are you questioning it? Why is she still getting paid from her bank husband? So William Draper. So are you connected to William Draper? Because yes, he's involved in some way, seemingly quite directly. My family had no incest in it. You little cunt did yours. Oh dear. I'm trying to be as kind and understanding as possible. So Danny West has said, could I read his comment? Where is it? I missed it. I know it's Rule Britannia. No, the solicitor released it in the court bundle, which was restricted and it was illegal to release the videos. Okay, if you know better than me, it's fine. And that's how it came out. That's great. So however it came out is awesome. It's either a good solicitor or it was a court bundle. Fine, either way. This is the really big question, isn't it? But I think I've got the answer, that they're actually from Hampstead and they're probably not a female. This one definitely has spent some time in America, along with Ricky Dearman, almost certainly. Definitely connected to the same networks. Ricky spent a lot of time in Los Angeles, didn't he? Yay, old Hollywood area. The comment above that, okay. Hi, Danny West. And then we've got Jake, you've reported to the Internet Watch Foundation, I think, for plain child abuse. Is there one in between that? Is that any do you want some feedback from that rule? What's any reason why you wanted me to show you that one particularly? Well, I might just knock it off at 4 hours and 4 minutes because there's no point in just going on indefinitely, is there? This is all meant to happen anyway, people. We can't hate you. Like, you know, what me and Kaylee and others, we're just fortunate enough to have not suffered certain levels of abuse. We're fortunate enough to have been blessed with certain levels of compassion and wisdom and dedication and self-awareness. It's going to be 14:44 in just a moment, so I think I may try and I may see if I can make it right on the right moment where 4:04 hours on my recording, 4 hours and 4 minutes. It's just gone 4:04. 8 watching, according to the numbers. I hope you do, Clyde. I genuinely do. It's unconditional love. But you need to change to really get the respect and the forgiveness. You have to change. The love is just like it's a kind of just a term, isn't it? Which just means that the openness is there. The openness for the forgiveness is definitely there always. And obviously, you apologising to, feeling real serious remorse, apologising to victims is just so important. But yeah, We're just almost at 4 hours and 5 minutes. I'm not going to quite make the 14:44. Oh yes, we can. Bye.